Hi, I'm Dan McDermott. Welcome to Google Plus Week, our unofficial look at the world's coolest social network. First up, Google announced this week that Hangouts now have some featured apps. Some are useful, some are just for fun. But they've also opened up the Hangout API, or Application Programming Interface, to anyone who wants to create their own apps. A few days ago, we spoke to Google's Chi Chu, the head of Hangouts, about this, and he explained that the idea is to unleash the ability for any developer, professional, or just a kid starting out, to develop their apps and share them with others. The best apps will become popular and encourage more app development and innovation. For example,
Hello. Hi. Hello.
hey Oleg.
Hey Dan, how are
Good. I'm working on my intro if you want to check it out and suggest anything.
you? Okay. You got the teleprompters going?
No, what I'm going to do, I actually had a really good hangout with Jason Salas from Guam, the TV reporter.
Yeah.
And he suggested, I tried something. He said it would work. I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'll just read part of it. I'm going to put it in a notepad thing. Just because I have all the different, but Notepad has very little above the text in terms of like toolbars and crap, menus, so I can get really up close to where the camera is. So I'll still be reading, but it'll be better. I'll demo it and just look at my face and see if this works. I want Notepad. Where's Notepad?
Did you get an invite today to my hangout about Takeout Online?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I didn't see one. but it would have disappeared after the Hangout was over, right?
Well, I just don't get it. I mean, I sent it to all my circles, extended circles, and to a few more people specifically. So wouldn't you get it if you're part of my circles? I guess public wouldn't see it that way. I was totally dumb with me. I should have done public. Right? So everybody would see it then?
Was it on air?
It was on air.
You can't do public on air.
Okay. So I did extended Hangout, extended circles, and...
Remember that for them to get an actual notification the way you do, like your Google Talk thing will pop up and it'll tell you.
Right.
You can't tell more than, I think it's 23 max at a time.
Nice.
If you go 25, 26, they won't get a notification. They'll just show
How
up.
do you invite me? How do you invite me? Just put my name in there?
Yeah, I did you by name. Just you and Alan and Sarik at first, and then once you're there, then I have callers one circle, which is the regular folks.
If you can't do an HOA deal, how do they see you're doing it publicly? I don't get it. How would people see that you're doing the on-air hangout if you cannot put it out to public?
You can't invite public to participate.
Okay.
You can post it when you say post.
You're saying they can see it on my stream?
The invitation to join the hangout will only appear will appear in the stream of everyone you invite. But if you invite 23 or fewer people at once, they will actually get a notification, just like if I mentioned you in a post, versus just sharing it with my circles and not notifying you.
But when I'm actually conducting the hangout itself, would public people see it or not?
Right now, only the people who are invited can play it.
But once you click on the public deal at the top right corner,
that's public. Yeah.
Then people should be able to see it.
But they can't join.
Right, but they can see it.
Correct.
And then once they see it, once they get done and they close it, then it goes away from the view, or they can still see it afterwards. Shouldn't they be able to see it afterwards?
Then it goes away. Then it will say, Oleg hung out with these people. There won't be the join option, and there won't be the player anymore, I don't think. If you refresh, it's gone. And then you have to upload, you have to...
Do the YouTube sharing. Okay, I got you.
Now, you verified your YouTube account, right? That is used for the Google Plus account.
Yeah, I don't know if was it supposed to do something special? I don't know if I did anything.
No.
Yeah, right now I can't see anything in my stream about this hangout that I had today. And this John Hanlon guy was asking me, he says, so are you going to have the hangout? I'm like, I'm already done. I already recorded it. And so I just don't understand exactly
what you should do is when you invite people, don't invite more than 23 at a time.
Okay, okay.
And then they'll all get an in-your-face notification, the way you did when I invited you.
Now,
not just a passive, you have to be looking at my stream to see it.
Okay, when I go to, say, Good News Coffee Shop, no, that's not it. So when you go to YouTube, where would I see the stuff I recorded? On the video manager? I need to do this more often. There we go, there we go. So there's the video, 30 minutes, 26 seconds. Okay. And okay, so that's what these videos are. And then if I go ahead and publish it, then, okay, I got you. Okay. So, okay, now I'll know, because I haven't done these like this before, and I have no idea. Quality is good. I look terrible, but that's my parents. Okay.
But you know that if you haven't verified that YouTube account that it's uploading to, it won't let you upload a long hangout, and you'll just lose it. It'll delete it.
No, but this is 30 minutes. It's still there. How do you do the verification deal?
I forget. It's something that when you first set it up, because most of us end up with a different account that we use for Google Plus than when we initially set up our YouTube account. So I like that. I like that the raw Hangout video is not in the same account as the polished product.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's great.
Okay.
But I forget what you have to do, but you have to verify the account to be able to upload longer than X amount of minutes, or you'll straight up lose the Hangout, gone forever. Mike Elgin, the first one he did, lost it. I lost my first one.
No, so it's still be YouTube. You just won't be able to share it on G+.
No. If you've not verified your YouTube account, it will upload and then delete your Hangout if it's over a certain amount of time.
So you won't even see it in YouTube?
Huh?
You will not even see it in YouTube then?
The archive recording. You know how it uploads it to whatever YouTube account is associated with your Google Plus account.
Right, so I got that.
Okay, if that particular YouTube account is not verified, for to allow unlimited length uploads, then even though Google is actually the one that's uploading your raw Hangout on Air recording, it will delete it and say it's too long. That happened to me, and it happened to Mike Elgin the first
No, but
time.
the big question I have is, okay, to actually upload it, is there a special option, or do you just do regular share like any other video?
Once it uploads it and then processes it, and then it's marked private, you just mark it unprivate, and you share it just like a regular link.
Okay. Share the regular.
And I don't remember how to verify your YouTube account for unlimited uploads, but you could Google that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'll find out, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to read this. All right, this is how I'm going to do it. Let me get centered here. Tell me if this works, guys. Look at me, and this is how I'm going to read it, and tell me if this sucks or not.
Okay.
If it's passable, okay? Hi, I'm Dan McDermott. Welcome. This is Google Plus Week, our unofficial look at the world's coolest social network. First up, Google announced this week that Hangouts now have some featured apps. Some are useful, some are just for fun, but they've also opened up the Hangout API, or Application Programming Interface, for anyone who wants to create their own apps. A few days ago, we spoke to Chi Chu, who is the head of Hangouts, and he explained that the idea is to unleash the ability for any developer, professional, or just a kid starting out, to develop their apps and share them with others. The best apps, the idea is, will become more popular and encourage more app development and more innovation. For example, a few moments ago, is that working?
It's working great. I like it much better than Obama. Much better. No, actually, it's okay. You can tell, by looking closely, you're looking straight, but I can tell that you're doing a little bit of reading with your eyes. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine. It's fine. You're totally looking straight at the camera, and that's cool. Totally acceptable.
It's not very differentiable or whatever from what you usually do.
Right.
So, are you using something like a teleprompter or something?
No, I just have the monitor directly underneath the camera, the TV camera, and I've just got a notepad window, and I've just put it at the top of the monitor, so there's only about a 2-inch gap.
Yeah. It's all right. It's fine.
And the camera's a good 5 feet away from me. The farther away it is, the harder it is to tell that I'm looking 3 inches down.
The only thing I wish is that you were just a tiny bit lower, or the camera higher, in other words. Because what's happening is...
That's only in the Hangout, Oleg.
But a bunch of people are still looking at you in Hangout, too.
4,000 people will look at me on Justin, and 100 will look at me in this.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean,
actually, really, on the Justin thing, it's about like this.
I see. Okay.
There's a good 3 inches above me.
Gotcha.
I think actually you're actually correct the way your tie should see.
Say again?
Your tie should appear. And if you go further down, then your tie won't be showing. And this actually shows a little bit of your mic as well, right?
That's okay. I'd rather have it sound good and show them the mic.
No.
It looks fine, Dan. It really does.
Yeah.
It looks fine.
Now, the only problem I have is when I open the Comments Tracker app, which you all should be able to open as well because I've opened it in here, right?
Can you show it? Where is it?
If you go to Apps at the bottom left where it says People or Apps,
right?
Do you have Comment Tracker?
I have to add app?
I have add app, yeah.
Oh, go to... How come you can't see it?
Because it's probably something you loaded yourself, and we don't have it.
But when Alan loaded... Oh, yeah, click Add App, and it's there under Recent.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe it isn't.
I doubt it.
It's probably in Recent because you used it, not for us.
Well, how do we...
I got the Alan's floating text of the video.
Alan can tell us.
Type something into it.
Are you running it right now?
I'm running it right now. And what it is, you know at the top left of your screen where it says Chat, Invite, Apps, Screen Share?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have Invite. I don't know.
I don't have Invite, yeah.
There's a green thing. I click that, and it looks similar to the chat window.
It is an extension.
It's an app.
See, as Alan said, there are two different types of apps. One is the extension, and one is... So basically, Alan has to give us the extension.
Right, exactly.
But this isn't from Alan.
It doesn't matter. We need to have the extension.
Where did you get it?
From Alan's post?
Okay, show us the post.
Where is his post? Let me see.
Oh, God. It's
recently? Was it recently, today?
On a different computer. Let me find it here.
No, it's okay. Alan posted it publicly? Recent. Did he post it publicly?
I'm looking here. Let me find Alan. It's his top post, limited.
Beyond Hangouts.
Probably not sharing it with us. That's why.
He shared it with you, Oleg, but not Sarik. Let me add Sarik.
Okay.
What's it called?
It's on Hermini's.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay. I saw that post. I got you.
Called
Okay.
Hangout Comments Tracker. Just do a search for Hangout Comments Tracker.
No, I know which post it is. Yeah, I got it from Mini. Okay.
Did you add right now?
I'm using it now.
Yeah, I mean in the.
Yeah, I got you. I got it.
So the URL is what? What is the URL?
It's an extension. Okay, let me.
Hold on a second, Sarik. Hold on. Okay, Sarik, right there. Here's the URL for you.
Okay. All right. Okay. To answer your question, Dan, there are two different. You can actually.
I don't have time to get into that right now. You just tell me later because I'm in a kind of a panic now.
Basically, what you see on the top is an extension, even though it's an app.
Okay, so after allowing, you can start using the extension by copying URL of the post you want to monitor for comments. Oh, so it's useless.
What do you mean it's useless?
I thought it would monitor all of the as the player is shared throughout the ecosystem, it would monitor all of. But that's not the case. This just pulls in the comments from the specific post. Still, I guess it's cool.
But if Oleg or I actually start this, it'll start a different Hangout, right?
No, it'll just load the app and then just run the app. No, you don't have to start it and hang on.
Where did you click on this one? I'm at the link you sent me.
Well, that's the thing that Alan sent. I haven't actually loaded it yet. I just sent you the link. Now my cousin is asking me where do I watch the show. My cousin from New York wants to watch the show.
I'm sharing this publicly now, guys, in 2 seconds.
Okay.
So it just does the one. I gotta redo the intro. It's wrong now. It's 2 minutes old and it's wrong.
Okay, it's okay. That's why, like I said, it's better if you just do it off the cuff. Then you don't have to worry about it. Here's Alan.
All right.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, Oleg. Hey, Dan. Hey,
How's
Sweet.
it going?
What up, G?
Getting by. How about you?
I got the Hangouts tracker installed. But then how come you guys can't run it?
Alan, how can we get it?
I don't know.
When when you did your app, once you installed it on your end, all of us could see it. This is not the case with this extension.
This is an extension?
It's an extension.
Okay, so it's not a Hangout app.
Well, it's showing up here, and it like I don't know what the hell it is.
There are extensions that make changes to the Hangout layout.
Well, this thing is asking, when you go to the URL, which is in the chat now, it says you can simply start using the app in a Google Plus Hangout by clicking on the button below. Problem is, if you click on the button below, it tries to start a new Hangout, which of course is not going to happen because we're already in a Hangout.
Right, so what you need to do is quit this Hangout, go to that Hangout, and then when you come back to this Hangout, it should be, if it's a real app.
Why is your audio so scratchy?
Oh, because my audio always sucks. Hang on a minute.
Okay. Dan, I'm gonna jump out and try it, and I'll jump back in.
All right, I'll be here.
Same thing with me.
Why is this not working? Damn it.
No, get out. Oh, no, I click on exit. It's not getting out. Come on. There we go. Well, let's read. Let me quit. Damn thing. It feels like I need to stay in. It doesn't let me quit. Alan didn't shave for the show today. Of course, neither did I.
Can you hear me yet?
No, you sound like crap.
I still sound like that? Hang on.
Yeah.
How do I sound now?
Oh, man.
Okay, I got it.
Wow, that's
sound
bizarre. I still sound terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
You been up all night or something?
Now I see this URL comments tracker. How do we use it?
I don't know.
I guess you take the URL of the post.
Probably you enter in you could probably enter in more than one post. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
but you sound like crap. But I
I
can
still
hear you.
sound like crap. What the hell's going on?
Let me.
You sound different.
Well, I changed microphones.
Probably that's the reason. But it's not
But
that.
I
Oh,
sound
but
like
look
crap.
on my
So
stream
what?
because I've posted this publicly. So look on my stream, get the URL of the post where I posted this live hangout on air, and post that in there, and then you should see them if there are any comments.
How much like crap do I sound like?
Bad. I mean, like the, can you hear me? Am I okay? Like that. Like you're in a tunnel. Like you're on a Radio Shack microphone.
Well,
Not
that's
to
pretty
diss
close.
the Tandy company.
I need to get a real
Matt.
mic. Because this shit ain't cutting it.
We're broadcasting live.
Where did you say you put the URL? It's publicly posted now?
Yeah, it's there. Look where it says Google Plus Week, episode 36, Hangout on Air, 8:06 p.m. Just refresh my profile if you don't see it. It's the top post.
Okay.
Test. 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 Do I sound any better?
Oh, it's, I guess, better.
It didn't work at all. I don't know. Did it work for you, Sarik?
Yeah, I did.
I click on it, it starts a hangout, but there's no app.
You know,
Oh, go to recent. Once you're
Right
in there,
there.
go to recent. It wasn't there for me either.
It just shows Alan's, the one that Alan that Alan wrote. It doesn't show this one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't invite. I'm seeing it. It's working for me. Oh my God, this is so freaking awesome. Rock. Yeah, I'm digging this. I got to invite the callers. I'm sorry.
You know, it's really interesting that it's not showing up in the app listing at the bottom, which is supposed to.
So how do you, Alan? How do you add it? I mean, I click on load. I mean, at the bottom, I click on add app. It just shows me a listing. It's got yours and a few others, but it doesn't show that
right.
one.
The add app should only be showing ones that you're already using.
Right. So
that you already used. It's not in the recent tab from there.
No.
Here's what you
know.
do. Oleg, I'll tell you what I did.
Yeah.
You exited out of this Hangout and went to that link, right?
Right.
And you started the Hangout there?
And I clicked on the red button to start the hangout. Yes.
Did it ask you to allow access?
Did not. That's the problem. It did not. It just went into hangout.
So get out of this Hangout again. Go there, and it will ask you allow access, and then.
It did not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not asking me to allow access. It just starts a hangout and just sits there, and then I don't see anything.
Even when you click the Hangout button in that link?
Yeah. It just starts a hangout. It doesn't do anything else.
And for me, it asked me to allow access, and then this green app comes on the top, which is like an extension.
Yeah, I didn't get the link. I just got the regular invite. I think that's the difference.
The link you're sharing is the post on my profile,
right,
where I post the live player.
I didn't see that. I went from the notifications that you just sent me.
Okay, we'll have to play with it later. Let's just do the show.
I'm not ready yet. I got to edit this thing.
Well, my cousin from New York says that he's listening to us bicker.
Dan.
Well, then I guess we started the show.
Exactly.
I don't know which link you're talking about because I don't see any links in your profile.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no link.
Link to what?
To the extension, the chat. There's just a Hangout button that was posted. I don't have the link. So we need the special link to get Alan's app in there, right?
Yeah, well, this is the link to get to the post, but I'm assuming from there.
Whoa, this isn't Alan's app. Don't blame me for this.
No, I'm not. Put the link in this chat right here. Can you do that? And then I'll drop out.
I did. If you click on chat, you should see it. Oh, no, I did it before I got out. Okay, 1 second.
No, there's nothing there.
1 second. Slow down. We're still, both me and Alan are still irritated we didn't get our bet yesterday, so take it easy.
I'll give you props, man. But I just don't.
Somebody beat us to it anyway. Where's the hangout? Let's see.
Yeah, there's no. I'm on Dan's page. I don't see any link to anything.
All right, take it easy, Jeff. Right here, chat. Boy, give me 2 seconds. Let me find the right chat. There you go.
But I can't see it because I'm already in that URL comments tracker. Can you put it somewhere else? Oh, wait a second.
I can exit out this one.
I got it.
Once you have the app working, once you have it working, this is the link that you paste into the app.
Okay, I'm going to jump out one more time and try it again, okay?
We'll miss you, Oleg.
Just, if anybody comes in, just block them, okay?
Ooh, this is beautiful. I see it.
I'm seeing all the comments. In fact, it's more up to date than actually looking on Google+.
Yeah, that did not.
You can see Jeff's no link comment in here. That's the last one, and you can chat as well. You have to switch though. It will be better if you don't have to switch. You know what I mean?
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah, I didn't have I couldn't.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good to hear.
Right.
Can you? All right. Very funny, Bruce. I just still, there's a little technical issue going on for me right now.
When we're watching, we've not started the show yet. We're trying to get this comment tracker thing.
So now we have pre-shows as well as post-shows.
Yeah,
so Alan is cool.
You know it.
Do.
Yep. No, I don't have it. I still don't have it. Let me try to find that link again that he put in there.
It's in the chat, Jeff.
No, I don't have the chat anymore. I dropped out. I had to go back in.
This is the link.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah. No, I don't have it. No, it seems like I'm only able to load good apps. I'm not able to load the...
You're using Chrome, right?
I'm sorry?
You are using Chrome, right?
I am using Chrome, yes.
That's the link, but that's the link.
See, the good apps work on my machine. The bad apps don't.
Copy that link. Do you see a green icon at the top next to screen share?
Do I see a green icon? No, I don't.
That's the problem. What you do is, hold on 1 second, let me get it done.
You go to recent and load it again. Once you're in here, once you load it successfully in any Hangout, it'll be in your recent.
But I did that, and I didn't see it. I went into a Hangout, started my own Hangout with that Hangout, with the common Hangout, closed that out, came back into here, and it's not on my screen.
It should be actually showing up on the top next to the Google FX button.
Whoa, what is going on here, Alan?
That's my simple Hangout loader. No, it says read the docs. No.
You need to adjust the size a little bit smaller than Oleg. Right now,
But that's a pretty cool effect, huh? We got a Star Trek deal going here. The Alan's out.
Yeah.
Is this better?
You need to.
I'll let you.
You need to adjust the size and then resave it.
Okay.
There you go. And you know it.
Is that something you wrote?
Yes, this is what I wrote. This is my Hangout app.
Oh, you wrote this?
You see this?
Yes. What?
No, the Hangout comment thing.
No, I haven't worked on that yet.
Your voice is crap. It's awful, Alan.
Yeah. Okay.
Can anybody else, really, is it really that bad? Do I need to figure out to try this again?
It sounds like you're talking from a box.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
clear.
the only
that's
thing
for
you
sure.
have to do is why is I still understand why it's flowing. Okay, now is it stationary?
No, it follows your face. It follows your face, your eye. So your head moves, it should move. Right?
No, Alan,
there
I've
are-
got the. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, there are two settings. There's X offset and X scroll, and Y offset and Y scroll.
Where do you get this app you wrote?
It should be showing up in the Apps tab at the bottom right now.
Yeah.
It's the one called Caption.
Yeah. I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to load this app in for some strange reason.
The only thing I can't do, it would be great if I could comment from here. I can only read these comments.
Well, that's because the Write API isn't finished yet, or not released yet.
I believe
You
you've,
can blame Google for that
I believe you've mentioned that in a past show.
once or twice.
Yeah.
No, your app doesn't show up.
Hang.
Oh, caption. Yes, I see it. You should have a better icon for this.
Yeah, well, I'm working on it. You know, I'm doing other things, like showing up on Hangouts for 4 hours at a time.
Your audio's worse now.
Dan, give me a second. I'm working on it. But, you know, I'm trying to talk to people, too.
How about now? How
Somebody's
about
gonna
now?
have to slow down to Chrome.
I'd add.
And then I don't know if this is going to work too well with all these apps running, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think they're ready for prime time just yet.
No.
No, it's like when we first had the silly masks and the halos and horns and stuff.
No, but those work. This thing is like slowing it down to a crawl.
I lost the comments tracker link.
Okay. Alright, so let's close this. Close this. Let's see what we got there.
Can you hear me?
Trumpet.
Testing.
Acting really.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Now you can hear me. Do I sound any better than I did before?
Yes, much better.
Incredible. I hate computers. I just want that noted for the record.
It is being recorded, so everybody heard you.
Hey guys, one thing I talked to Jeff in Guam, and he had a great idea. Jeff Salas, Jason Salas, and he said I should introduce everybody, and I want to do that. So what I'll do is in the beginning, I'm going to say, okay, let's introduce the panel, Alan, and then like I would say, I'm Dan McDermott. I'm in Virginia. I'm a newspaper publisher. And you could say, Alan, I'm a software developer in New York. My name's Alan Furstenberg. I'm at prisoner.com. Just a quick thing like that, and I'll just run through everybody. So just be thinking about what you want to say, name and town, and what you do. Like, I'm a tech geek, or I'm a programmer, or I'm stoned, and I
Why exactly?
stumbled into this thing, you know, or whatever you want to say.
You understand people are listening to us right now, right, Dan?
I don't care.
In that case, why are you telling us to say all this stuff? You don't care.
Don't say that. I'm joking.
You guys who are using Caption, once you have it, you can make it show up bigger on the screen by adjusting the scale slider.
Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, Alan is just totally killing my Chrome deal. I'm going to shut
Apps are
all this stuff
CPU
down and come
intensive.
back up again because this
There's
is.
not much I can do about that.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying it seems like the apps deal, once you start going, it's. I mean, I can't even close my Chrome right now.
Yeah. Well, one thing that'll speed it up is if you turn the scrolling off.
How many people do we have on the Hangout?
What do we have now?
8, 2, 4,
Oh,
6,
nine so
8,
far.
9.
I mean, if I jump out, it means I won't be able to get at it.
You can get back in, can't you? Isn't it 10?
Oleg, just kill the
Well,
app.
if I can't get in, I can't get in. So I
Oleg, kill the app.
If you can't get in, I'll start a new one. I mean, we need
Oleg,
you.
just try killing the app for starting.
Yeah.
I can't get to the Hangout screen. You want to let me pull that screen to the front.
Oh, it's
And I
that.
can't close
yeah.
any of my other screens with the phone. Oh, this thing's totally screwed up.
Note to self: don't use anything Alan makes.
Hey, it's still
It's
beta.
a beta.
Give me a
It's
break.
beta, buddy. I tell you what, though, for the love of God, I can't get the comment thing to come up right. So I'll give
And
up.
I got to tell you, this is working better than it did yesterday. I made
Yes.
I made a fix to it just before I started the Hangout. This is working so much better than yesterday.
So is the tracking, like the Google, the ones created by Google, is the tracking done on all computers too, or is it done by, the servers somewhere?
You mean the face tracking portion of
Yeah.
this? The face track? No, it's done on your computer. And the mask and whatever is added to the video stream before it's sent out. So this is what basically it's changing the video stream.
That's it.
You can do similar things with other software.
So why is
It's
it
not new? It's just
right?
Yeah.
So why is it bogging down Oleg's computer with
basically
yours
because
stuff
he was-
and not?
Google
Because he
Apps.
was running it.
Google Apps are tied to your personal DNA, so whoever writes the app itself, everybody else is just,
That's right. It's sucking the life out of me every time you guys use my app.
Yeah, it's coming right out of your left eye.
Okay, Dan, where's Dan?
I
You
can
left for a
picture
second.
worse fates than being cloned by Google.
So, Bruce, what do you think of the sound now, man?
I think it sounds nice. Got a
Yeah.
nice low end to it.
Thanks.
It lets everybody be nice to Alan tonight.
Well, that was
Yeah.
absolutely
Not any question.
That's called a spontaneous crash.
Yeah, but you're in two spots now. You got
Yeah, I
two
see.
slots.
One of them will die in a moment.
Hello, Dan.
Would that be the DNA clone, Alan, or the pod person, Alan? There you go.
All right, let me launch the Justin chat too. I got to do that.
Yeah, they got a little. Peter, yay! Good job, Peter.
Who is the person on the end there? Three.
Shriek.
Peter, what I'm going to do in the beginning, I'm going to go do a round robin. I'm going to say, okay, Alan. Alan's going to say, I'm Alan. I'm in New York, and I'm a software developer. I'm Alan Furstenberg. You can find me at prisoner.com. Just a real quick to introduce everybody.
And then I'd like Bruce to say my name, because he says it so much better.
Yeah, Bruce should do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bruce should do the intro. I'm totally 100%. Bruce should do the intro to the whole show.
It's funny, a web development company in Orlando called TechWeb saw some video tutorials that I created for our company's website, and they contacted me about doing some freelance work for them, so I'm looking forward to that.
To do voiceovers?
I think mainly video tutorials for a website, helping people to learn how to navigate certain sites,
Gotcha.
that sort of thing.
Hey,
Excellent.
Peter, I didn't see you come in.
David Cheney, you cannot join an on-air hangout from your phone or mobile device yet. They're working on it.
Coming soon.
Found that out yesterday, or 2 days ago or something.
I'm digging this comments tracker app. It's really cool.
Yeah, the only little problem is we got the Hangout is full. That's the problem.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're afraid to leave and come back.
Yeah, I can't get it to work. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Anyway, Dan, let's keep going.
All right. I think I'm ready. I'm going to start with...
We can do my music. That's part of the thing.
Oh, God. Is that an iPhone?
It's an Android. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
OLED
wow, okay.
with an Apple product?
All right. Then you're good with me.
Mohammed, it's Rafiq. How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, it's Mohammed Rafiq.
Mohammed Rafiq. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll start with. I'm going to start with prisoner and just do a round robin pretty quickly in the intro here.
You want me to start?
No, there's only one prisoner.
Oh, okay. I added something else.
Okay, joining me.
Now, Oleg, if you're going to play some music, we need some good jazz going on here.
Well, I have jazz, just a little bit more modern jazz. That's all.
Alan's a prisoner to his own app.
Actually, I'm going to end with Alan. I'm going to introduce you last because I'm going to go to you for the first topic.
Okay.
So go right to left.
Is it the same for everybody? Like Sariq's at the right?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
it's alphabetical now.
Oh, what?
Fix that bug in Hangouts on Air. It's alphabetical.
Okay.
What am I supposed to say here? Just introduce myself.
I'm Sariq Menon. I'm in Bombay. Just say your name and town, what you do. If you have a website, give us the link, that kind of thing. Just because it was a legitimate criticism. Sometimes you have to look people up, and you're trying to get the name right. And you don't know who this person is who's on the show when you're watching. I think it's a good suggestion.
You want to know who you don't want to circle, in other words.
Right. Add to your block list. All right. Okay, here we go.
All right, Alan, stop typing.
Yeah, I'm hitting the...
All right. Oh man, it's not gonna.
Anybody from Justin?
Hello and welcome. I'm Dan McDermott. This is Google Plus Week, our unofficial look at the world's coolest social network. Joining me is a Google Hangout. Let me take a moment to introduce our panel. First up, we have Sariq.
Hi.
Sariq Menon, what town you in?
I'm from Springfield, New Jersey. I work in New York. I'm a techie, programmer, as well as system analyst. And I am a fan of Google.
All right, Peter.
Peter McDermott from Nashville, Tennessee, and I am a Google Plus consultant.
Okay, and we have, next up is Mohammed.
Hi, this is Mohammed Rafiq. I am from Seattle, and I'm a techie. And I am also the founder of a Google Plus news site, google-plus.com, besides many other sites.
Okay, Jeff?
I'm Jeff Zayas from San Francisco Bay Area. My website's rvtraveltv.com, and I'm just a basic techie at heart.
And a fellow Wirecast user.
And a fellow, yes.
Eli Fennell. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, unabashed tech nerd, and if Google was a woman, I would do naughty, naughty things to her.
All right, from the opposite side of the spectrum, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm Bruce Turner. I'm in Lynchburg, Virginia. I work for a healthcare company, also do audio and video podcasts and some freelance voiceover work.
Okay, and we have Anthony. We can hear him anyway.
From Rochester, New York. I'm in retail with Dragons and, we're all geeks here, so.
Okay, and Alan.
Evening, Dan. I'm Alan Furstenberg, known as Prisoner among these parts, and you can find me at prisoner.com.
Okay, great. All right, well, I'm Dan McDermott. I'm in Virginia, in Bentonville and Front Royal, Virginia, and sometimes in Lynchburg, where Bruce is. I'm a newspaper publisher and on-again, off-again radio talk show host, and I do this for fun, to get to hang out with Oleg and Alan and the gang and get beat up every week for free. Okay, first up, Google announced this week that Hangouts now have some featured apps. There were some apps before, YouTube Player and the little funny hats and stuff. But some of these are useful apps, some are fun. But they've also opened up the Hangouts API, or Application Programming Interface, to anyone who wants to create their own apps. A few days ago, we spoke to Google's Chi Chu, who is the head of Hangouts, and about this, and he explained that the idea is to unleash the ability for anybody, a professional or just a kid starting out, to develop their apps and share them with whomever they choose. The best apps, the idea is, will become popular, go viral, and encourage more app development and more innovation. For example, a few minutes ago, I installed an app called the Hangout Comments Tracker, which will cull the comments. It's working. It culls the comments from the live Hangout that's going on right now, so I can see it right inside the Hangout. I don't have to be flipping around to different places. It's kind of neat. I wish I could comment back from here, but you can't post from an app yet. This is actually an extension, and Alan's going to explain that, what the difference is and all that stuff. So this is huge. Now we can read in real time, right in the Hangout, what folks are writing on the player watching, and respond. So that's fantastic. And this is only a couple of days after the API was opened up. So I want to bring in Alan Furstenberg, again from New York, who's been working with the Google Plus API from the very beginning, and has really been just dying to get his hands on this stuff. Alan, I want to know why is this a big deal for the regular user of Google Plus and Google Plus Hangouts especially?
This is huge. The big deal about this for Hangouts is that it takes Hangouts to a whole new level. I mean, trying to just kind of explain just what this means is there's no way to really express it all, and we're only going to have to see it in time. So basically what this means is that we've brought in new levels of interaction into Hangouts. I mean, we all remember from the early days of Hangouts that people would play things like Pictionary via Hangout. And over time, people would do some games and other things like that. Some people would do some business things through Hangouts. But mostly what we saw in Hangouts was a lot of people talking to each other, playing music. What this does is it gives us a whole new set of tools that we can all interact with each other with. And since interaction is the name of the game when it comes to social, that's why it's so big. We've often talked about how social is just kind of bringing people into your living room. Well, if you think about it, one of the things you like...
That was cool.
We lost Alan.
That's great.
Yeah.
By the way, for those who didn't hear, I'm Oleg, the one that didn't skip today. I'm the guy who missed the show last time.
Oh my gosh, Oleg, I apologize.
Beat up everybody at Google, so today we're gonna recover that topic again until Alan comes back. So I'll.
Oleg, yeah, I'm sorry, Oleg. Real quick, give us what you're in Kirkland, Washington. I'm sorry,
I'm sorry it doesn't cut it, then. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't cut it. Out of 9 people, I can skip.
I'm sorry. I screwed up. Okay. I screwed up. And also, there's another one. Okay, camera's just off. Okay, Oleg, you're in Kirkland, Washington. You're not specifically. You're more of a web developer than an app developer, right?
No, I'm not. But basically, what I wanted to say is it's the Kirkland, Washington, where Hangouts were born. I want to make sure that's on the record.
Absolutely.
This is where the Hangout team lives, and so I should have been introduced first. We'll talk about that later.
I apologize.
What I do is I'm an IT consultant and developer, and the easiest way to explain it, I design and develop custom business systems for people, and they are web-based nowadays. I used to do legacy stuff, now I do web-based stuff, so that's kind of a quick way to explain what I do.
Okay, what I wanted to get, I know that you're just now recently, with Alan's help, he's going to be guiding all of us because he's really been involved in this, you're yourself getting into Hangout app development. What I want to ask for you is, where is this going? What are the practical applications of this? Because this is huge, and Alan will get into this too. But what do you think? It's one of
these things. I totally agree with Alan that it's a huge thing for Google to put this out. I mean, that's the first thing I would say. And the reason it's huge is because you can now take technology of Hangouts and adapt them to just about any kind of environment you wish. Let's say you wanted to have a poker game with a bunch of people in a Hangout. Well, with apps you can do it. Without apps you couldn't do it. With apps you can do it. Let's say you wanted to do other kind of games, be it chess, be it anything else. So you have this live environment with people. At the same time, you can have it do more than just regular video conferencing where everybody sees each other, talks to each other, and does a little bit of chatting. In terms of the things that it's gonna actually allow you to do are beyond even when we had this hangout the other day with Chi. He said it himself. They wanted to put together a platform where developers can come in and develop whatever they want which Google cannot even think of at this point in time. Okay? And so that's exactly what they're doing, is they're putting out this platform saying, we're allowing you to do these certain things using this Google Hangout as the backbone, with API doing whatever you want it to do. So, for example, Alan wrote that up, little app that Alan put together that we saw was a little bit piece of text, floating around the screen, and the piece of text can be customized to be whatever font you want or whatever size you want, things like that, color you want. Well, on one hand, you can say this is nothing. I mean, that's it's a gimmicky thing, just like the deal with cats and dogs and the masks were. But on the other hand, if you're thinking of applications for example, for schools, and you're thinking of doing things that all of a sudden you're trying to create an environment where the teacher becomes something else for a kid, which completely takes their mind in a totally different direction in terms of how they view this teacher. And so as I'm moving around here, hopefully everybody can see me. Can you see me, Dan?
Yeah, you are a pirate.
Mm-hmm. Dan looks a little scared there for a second. It's like I said, to one degree it's fun. You can do these kind of things. But from an educational standpoint, you can now open this up to do a lot of things with schools. That's one area where I think it's going to excel. Another area where I think is going to be very useful is in the area of business when you do presentations, because I think there's a lot of things you can do. YouTube was a great app. I mean, that's one of their apps is YouTube. By the way, what we saw before with Google Docs being part of Google Hangouts with extras, and then they added, the YouTube was there. All of that stuff was, sorry, but my phone just keeps coming out. All of that stuff was done with Google Apps. They just didn't announce it to be Google Apps first. They were doing testing to see how well it would work. And now they rolled it into one product, basically, where you go Hangouts, and then you have these apps, and it could be YouTube, so you can share and watch a video together. It could be Google Docs, so you can share, collaborate together. Then they have, like a poker game. They have a little doodle thing for kids. So there's going to be a lot of things coming, and in terms of where it's going to go, it's kind of hard to say. But it's an amazing new possibility for Google, and now all kinds of developers are going to be developing for it.
Okay, let me throw it to Jeff. Jeff, have you thought about some practical applications of this?
Have I? I tried some. I actually downloaded the API and I started to play around with it a little bit. And I'm thinking that for what you guys wanted to do with the Hangout comments were definitely the direction people want to go. I just think it opens it up. I haven't quite understood why I want to do it as of yet. I haven't come to that decision, but I know it's kind of like the Android market. When they first started something, it allowed other people to kind of get their arms around it and start working on it. So I'm just playing around with the API, getting used to it, hearing little whistles in my ear. It's lovely. So yeah, I can't think of anything currently that I want to do, but I will come up with something in the travel business.
Oleg, let me ask you something, because you've just now recently, as I said before, started to play around with the Hangout app. How challenging is it? That was one of the questions when Alan comes back I want to ask him. But for someone who's, most folks who watch this have dabbled in HTML on their blog or something. Is this rocket science, or what is it?
No, it's not rocket science. Number one, basically, the easiest way to describe it for people who understand a little bit about HTML and developing web pages is anything you can drop into an iframe can be put in here. So, to translate it to a little bit easier English for most other people, is if you know HTML and you know JavaScript, which is more important than HTML actually in this case, then you can put together code to be able to create these apps. For example, they have a really basic app that just puts a button on the screen. When you click on the button, it shows you all the people in the Hangout. That's all it does. And they call it, the basic Hangout app. So I haven't looked at any of the stuff before yesterday. I just downloaded the thing, followed their directions, which are about 3-4 steps. It was very simple to get it, stuck it on my server, and then I just simply added a little bit of code in there using an embed from a chatting service, because we were talking about chatting, and it worked. So the bottom line being that if you do know HTML and you do know JavaScript, especially JavaScript, then it wouldn't be so tough for you to pick up how to do this. Is it trivial? No, it's not going to be every other person be able to pick it up and do it, because it is definitely programming, and JavaScript is not the easiest thing to learn. and especially with the way their APIs are set up. One of the things, for example, I tried to do today is just simply add a picture, so it doesn't just show a person's name, but a picture. I could make it work, and it's a learning curve. So it's not simple. It's not like anybody can, if you ask somebody how easy it is to put together a web page, it's nothing. I mean, I can teach my 7-year-old son to put up a web page in a matter of half an hour, or less. But in terms of doing this kind of stuff, it's definitely more involved. I think for people who develop software, who do know HTML and who do know JavaScript, I think for them it's going to be relatively easy to get into it.
Okay, cool. Peter, what do you think? You're kind of a techie guy. What have you played around with these apps at all? And have any thoughts? I think this is pretty cool.
Yeah, the one app relating to the poker game, I was privy to a few people that were testing that while it was in beta. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out if Google's embracing more partnerships from better-known brands, such as the Bravo app we're seeing now, or if there's also going to be some grassroots stuff that we're seeing there. But definitely for businesses that like to capitalize on this face-to-face communication, there's tons and tons of opportunity out there for app development. I mean, the possibilities are almost endless with this environment.
Mohammed, you're a newsy guy, tech newsy guy. What are your thoughts on this? This is a big deal, right?
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I was traveling for the last 2 months. I couldn't get hands on the API. Definitely, in the next couple of weeks, I'll be jumping into it. It's definitely a game changer. It definitely improves the collaboration within the participants. Say, for example, you want to take a poll among users, and you want to have a debate about it. Then you can have a debate within the Hangout. Then you can vote on it.
Absolutely. I was just having a chat with Alan about that, who's thankfully joined us again, about how neat it would be if, for example, you could be during a debate, you could have, what if you could capture real-time, anyone watching could vote up and down like for a focus group, or how people are doing in a debate the way the focus groups do. If you could integrate that and maybe show it on screen in a Hangout, there's gimmicky ways around it. You could have that and just have that as share a screen and join the Hangout a second time and bring that screen up when you want to do it. But the possibilities are amazing. Alan's back.
What's even more incredible, Dan, is that the thing you're describing, they're doing right now, using little knobby controls. They put 20 people in the room, as you've seen on TV, I'm sure, and they have people doing these adjustments left and right, how much they think of this. But this is so much better because here you can have people be in disparate locations. You don't have anything influencing them, basically, and you can literally have a tremendous amount of people participating at the same time as they watch, for example, the president's speech, or they watch election results, or whatever they watch. No, it's a totally different ballgame in terms of that, in terms of how far you can take this concept using something like apps for Hangouts.
What's really exciting to me, and I'll go back to, did we lose Alan again?
Yeah, he did.
Man, okay. It's going to make Google Plus more relevant and the Hangouts more relevant, especially for business people. And let me ask you this, Oleg. Is this a monetizable thing? Like, will people be able to charge for apps if they're really, especially for like higher-end business apps that are really intricate down the road once it gets more stable?
It's like anything else. I mean, any applications out there, you can buy a 99-cent app for your Android phone, and you can also buy a $500,000 package for your business. So, it's like anything else. If it's going to have value, and people will want this particular capability, then of course they're going to pay for it. I mean,
and if they come up with some kind of object-oriented app builder or something that could go directly into Hangouts, it would change it even more. Make it available for the masses.
Well, it's difficult to do that, Jeff, because you don't know what you want it to do. I mean, you need to come up with the functionality.
Yeah, no, but they did that in the Android market. They had that app inventor, was object oriented, and that kind of worked. So, hopefully.
Yeah, I have a comment. I agree this is a game changer and everything, and I certainly don't want to judge the quality of the API based on the novelty type things, because I understand that they demonstrate the power of the API and everything. But I wonder what the balance is going to be between people who are developing, just purely novelty things, which you can already do on, you get software with your webcam that will do that. How many of them are going to be, game oriented? But I'm really interested in how many of them are going to be more professionally oriented, for the business person? Like, for instance, does this API offer any kind of a glimmer of hope to be able to create and display lower thirds, switch from cameras automatically, do a picture-in-picture, side-by-side, those types of things? That's mainly what I'm interested in. Is that in the horizon with this new API?
There's some of that that's in the horizon. I mean, things like lower thirds. You've already, you're currently seeing OLEG with some graphic text overlaid on top of it, and that's essentially a lower third. So that sort of thing is almost there. Other things that require more low-level hardware access, the picture-in-picture or the switching between cameras, that's probably less likely to be here. What would not surprise me, though, if we saw more of, is if you hooked up two cameras to take up 2 seats in the Hangout, and that there would be an API way for you to switch between one or the other, or, for example, to do for Dan to show his screen and then put OLEG into a picture on that. That's something that the API might be able to handle in the future, but it's not there yet. Right now, most of what the API is designed to do is to give you information about who is in the Hangout, do a little bit of communication between people who are in the Hangout, and in a very limited way to overlay things on top of your own image stream going out. There are a couple of other things, but that's primarily what it's focused on right now.
But also, remember another thing, though. In addition to that, once you have this information in terms of programming, you can then parcel it off to other sources that are outside of Hangout and do all kinds of things that you need to be able to do based on the information you collect in the Hangout. So there's whole other aspect in addition to things that you write to do as an app in the Hangout. It's also collecting some of the information and then doing some things in a totally different place as well. So it's a whole new ecosystem, basically, in terms of what you can do with this.
It's a whole. It's the argument of don't build a product, build a platform. I mean, when we were kids, Pong came out. It was a machine that played Pong. That's it. And then the Atari 2600 came out, and it was a machine that you could buy different games for. And so we're kind of that's what's going on, and it's really exciting. And anyone can write them and share them. And what Chi said about how the popular ones will rise up, and the ones that aren't so good won't. And this is just very exciting. This makes it
and I think
this will make it so much more relevant to folks who don't find it relevant now.
They didn't announce it, but I think what's going to happen is they're going to have in Google Play Store. I think they're going to have another section for apps for Hangouts. Just watch and see. That's exactly what's going to happen, and it's going to be the same as Android apps. Some will be paid for, some will be free. I think that's where we're going to go.
Yeah, they have to flush all that out because it's a little bit, it's just very infant stages of how they install apps and what's the right way, what's the wrong way, and all those things. And it's those nuances will happen. But it's a great first step, and it's just going to be amazing to see what people come up with because there's a hunger out there. Everyone wants to jump on it now, so we'll see what's coming up.
Srik?
Yeah, I mean. I don't know whether you guys have come across this Hangout app, which was published by one of the Google's product engineers called Amit Phule. I will post a link on the comment section in the post, Alan's post. This one is very interesting. It's called YouTube Slam. This is one of the first apps to launch after we took the Hangout APIs out of preview. That's what he says. This is the first one theoretically. You create. It's a video duel actually. You can actually. I wish I could show it here, but one of my concerns is once you're already inside a Hangout, how do you actually get an app installed? I mean, we saw that from the comments one, which earlier we tried. We had to create another Hangout and get the app installed and then come back into the original Hangout, right? I wish there was a way we can actually get a new app into this. I don't know whether you have seen this, but you can actually create slams by going to a link called. It's actually a very simple link. YouTube/. Hold on 1 second. It's a link which is an extension of YouTube itself. Hold on. Let me try to get it here.
Well, we're going to see a lot of this coming out. And
yeah,
remember that this thing came out 2 days ago. Literally.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, you can't, I mean, and this is a huge deal. It's not some little rollout where
Right.
you be able to do red comments, now you do blue comments.
Yeah, let me finish. It's called YouTube/slam/create. If you go there, you can create, from your playlist, you can create a slam. You can see 2 YouTube videos side by side, and you can kind of vote which one is better. So, I mean, Chichu actually shared this today as well. This is the first app.
To make it more fun, you play them at the same time.
Right. Yeah, something like that. You know, I mean, it's amazing. But you know, I wish again, I should be able to get that into this Hangout without actually getting out of it.
Okay. Any final thoughts on this? And then we'll get to the.
This is how most of the time Google works. They build a platform, then they put some samples out there and make others build applications on it. Then as it catches more fire, and if it is very successful, then they take it to the next level, like you guys told, and goes into the App Store, and you know, that is a success.
Yep.
You know, right now to do some of the things like that Jeff is doing or that Peter is doing requires this kludge workaround of using things like Minicam, Webcam Max, Studio Webcam to capture and things like that. I think if Hangouts is going to really get professional, that they either need to be able to put in some of these, you know, higher-end professional things, or be willing to work with companies like Wirecast, VidBlaster, XSplit to come up with ways that these devices that already do very professional lower thirds, transitions, picture-in-picture, side-by-side, video playlist, audio playlist, and on it goes, so that it can bring Hangouts to a new level for people. Because, you know, I mean, right now, you know, they've added kids to Google+, and so there's a lot of fun stuff going on. But I wonder if Google is reaching out to some of these other companies. I know some of them are reaching out to them to try to get their virtual camera functionality to play nice with Google Hangouts. It would be a great thing.
I think Google is looking at all of this and saying there's so much that they need to do. They're bringing it in bit by bit. As people start asking for new things in the API, they're going to be adding those things to the API as best they can. But I think we're going to start seeing...
The Alan just disappears at the best moments. Just absolutely great.
Yeah.
Anyway, what Alan was trying to say, let me finish his thought, is a couple of things. First of all, we're not bashing Google on this episode yet. Since I'm here, we're not doing any Google bashing anymore. Like we did last week.
Are you speaking for us, Oleg?
I speak for everybody.
Don't speak for me.
Okay, I'm speaking for myself.
Speak in Russian.
But Oleg, the key here is what I said before.
What I was going to say.
They're building a platform, not a product.
What I was going to say to Bruce's comment is, when we had Chichu the other night, he indicated, kind of gave us a little story behind it, and everybody needs to understand what the situation is. And the situation is that Google Hangouts, you know, people call it killer app, whatever they call it, they have a small team, and that's per his words, not mine. We had a small team that they have putting this thing together. It was actually an afterthought on Google+. It was born out of just basically almost nothing, the way it came to be. And they have a small team. They still have a small team. And they have a lot of things on their list, and there is only so much they can deliver. And so I'm not excusing them. I'm just saying that we need to be patient. There's all these people that were writing all these horrible articles about how horrible the whole Google Plus is, and nobody's using it, and all this other baloney that was being printed. Yeah. In reality, if you look at it from a standpoint of what they actually released so far, and then they're coming out with things like they released the games, which was a big deal. Then they release now this apps for Hangouts. They're doing some really major things, and so what basically needs to happen is, number one, they're not a huge development team for Hangouts, number one thing to consider. Number two, they are coming out with things all the time. Number three is they're listening to what we have to say, and they're constantly, like yesterday we were in a Hangout with Catherine, I don't remember her name.
Catherine Grams.
Yeah, and she was just most gracious from Google, taking notes, what would be like in the Hangouts, what's not working, give us some feedback. I was given HOA so I can, record stuff with the understanding that I need to be sending them feedback reports and indicating to them if I have any problems or if I have any suggestions or anything else. My list, going back to the last week's show, my list in terms of what I'd like to see Google do is much possibly even bigger than Scoble's list was. But to me, all these other points I made need to be understood and considered. These guys are not gods, and there's not an army of 1 million of them doing it. And personally, I think they're doing a phenomenal job with everything they've done. And with this Hangout deal being so new in terms of apps, it's just coming out. We just need to be patient, give them feedback, constructive feedback, not giving all this criticism where, you know.
No, I don't think anyone's really we're criticizing them. But like you said, we were in that Hangout, and she was listening. She understands the importance of having a Google Talk plugin that is able to have virtual cameras. All of them work with it. They totally get it. It's just like you said, it's priorities. And one of the priorities was to get everyone on air status. So that's kind of where they kind of go.
And that's what Chief said.
What one key thing she said was they're trying to create the platform so that if you want this feature, you can develop it, or someone like Alan can. Telestream can look at it and figure out, you know, if they can come up with apps that work with their products. And they just want to create. They're not the best at doing all those different things. They're the best at creating this platform.
Well, it's not so much that. It's also, also what they're doing is, you know, the thing to understand is that they have their list. You know, there's some talk like they just don't get it. They just don't get it. If they only implemented this, they just don't. They get it. They get it much better than all of us get it. It's just they have a list of things to do, and they have a certain priority of how they're doing it in. And so this deal with apps is an example. They do not announce stuff ahead of time.
No, I think the problem that most people are saying that Google doesn't get it, or issues like that, don't have to do with what apps we're missing. You can come up with your list, and I have my list, and Scoble has his list, and Peter has his list, and Dan has his. Everybody's got their own list of things that they'd like to see in here. The question, though, that I think that Scoble, that underlies all of that I think all of us are asking, kind of boils down to why aren't more people coming faster? And why do some people, probably a huge number of people who do come here, leave thinking that it's a ghost town?
Well, it'll change.
I just talked to Melissa Carlson. I go from KRNB in Nevada. And the conversation I had with her, she's trying to get more of her viewers to interact with her on Google+. And, you know, she's fairly new. She's got, I think, under 5,000 people following her. And one of the issues she's having in getting her viewers and getting other people to interact with their newscast is it's very complicated to get signed up and to get into a Hangout. She says, you know, you're not going to believe it because you're very familiar with this, you use it every day, but to the end user, our viewers, when they go to interact with us in this live interactive webcast, they give up halfway. They can't even make it that far. So it needs to be more intuitive from day one.
Okay.
I saw that. I got that yesterday from someone who said that, I went there and I couldn't figure it out.
It's perfect. So, I agree, but I'm just saying, look at what you just said. You said
so you're agreeing. No, stop there. You're fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, let's just go back to the API. It's a wonderful thing. You know, they're doing a great job, and they are listening. It's just, you know, things are going to take time to roll out. And, you know, this is, what, day 3, right?
Well, here's my only problem with the API is when we talked to Chi, when I did my G+ interview with Chi a couple months ago, you know, the recurring theme was the Hangout team wants to make this as intuitive and simple as possible. The idea was not to make it look like the cockpit of a 747, to have an on-off switch with a mute button. And, I mean, look at it now. There's all these different options, all these different menus, all these different things you can do. Do we really need all that there?
They're getting rid of Hangout with Extras, right? And it's just going to be
all Hangout with Extras was the native platform of the software that they're using, and they're adding features to the native platform, which they've moved into what she calls Hangout.
It's their testbed. Peter has a valid point. Every single person so far who I've seen start up an app, the first question is, how do I close this thing?
Yeah, that's a problem.
There's a lot of complexity here. Now, complexity itself isn't necessarily bad, but there's got to be that easy transition. You've got to make it so that it's very easy to get started. And when everyone's doing something, you say, oh, wait a minute. You guys are all playing poker? How do I play poker? And it should be easy for you to start playing poker. And once you play poker, you say, well, wait a minute. Are there other games? That whole process of discovery, of learning how to add how to acquire features for yourself, that's important. Yeah. And we're not quite there yet. Certainly not with Hangouts.
That's what Alan talked to Catherine yesterday about, and we actually offered her some suggestions about how they can make it to be much easier to find things. And hopefully they'll listen. Hopefully they'll do this stuff. We'll see.
But they just need to be consistent. Just like you have that toolbar on top with screen share and Google Effects.
Jeff, it's not so easy to say they just need to be consistent.
They need to be consistent, Alan. They need to be. How about they need to be consistent? So when an app gets installed and started, if it should go up to the toolbar and stay up there, and then when you click on it, it should disappear.
So when you're running 20 apps, when you have 20 apps at your command, what do you put there?
The toolbar scrolls down to another set of 20.
No, Jeff, here's the problem. You are saying all they need to do is this, and there are a lot of other issues that they need to look at and examine and figure out. One of the biggest problems.
But the concept I'm talking about is consistency, right? And making it easy.
Talking about consistency. The problem is you can make something totally consistent and still completely unusable.
Yep.
But you can make it consistent and usable.
Sure, but what you're proposing is not necessarily consistent and usable.
Okay, listen.
But it's not. It's inconsistent now, so it makes it unusable.
No,
like you said, people don't know how to close the app.
People don't. But what we have now actually does have some consistency to it. For example, if I hover over a picture at the bottom, I have controls over that person. I can mute the person. I can block the person. In the same way, if I do the same thing to an app, I can close the app. There is a certain consistency to it if you take the time to learn that. The problem is if you take the time to learn it part.
Yeah, exactly.
No, okay, that is not a true statement. If you go for Google Effects, which you have loaded into your toolbar, right? It comes up as into the toolbar. It's not an app at the bottom of the screen. It's not. Hold on. Let me finish. It's not an app at the bottom of the screen. It's an app I loaded into the toolbar. And how did I get to load in that toolbar? I clicked on apps at the bottom of where it says people and added it, right? And it showed up in the top toolbar.
It's still another issue. The effects and or what they call accessories. Accessories and apps are two different things. And right now
it's not explained. I got to the accessories, the
Jeff,
apps.
I know that.
Right.
There is a difference. The problem is they haven't explained to you that difference. They haven't made that difference clear. They haven't even made it very clear to the developers at this point. I don't think it's not always a consistency issue, but it is an issue that they need to clarify and figure out how better to show some of these things.
Yeah, I'm just getting back to what Peter said, right? And kind of pointing out that those inconsistencies makes it harder for an average user or anybody to use it. I'm just trying to pull it back to what he was
Peter
talking
said
about.
Was that there's no such thing as simple for everybody. Okay,
exactly.
There's something for simple for some. For others, it's not that simple. It's just
I totally disagree. That's hogwash. Licking a stamp is easy. You get it wet and affix it to a piece of paper. There's one step involved there. There's no friction. It's a very simple task and something easy to do.
If you work with
APIs, I'm not sure I agree with that. Peter, you're making certain assumptions about licking a stamp there. And the first is that you have a stamp that needs to be licked. And the second is that you know which side of the stamp you need to lick it on. And you're making certain assumptions because you see those assumptions as easy and logical. Other people don't. I think the problem with Google Plus and Google Hangouts isn't about things that are easy versus hard. It's about how you learn about what you need to do. And for a good computer application in the modern age, a good modern computer app can get you started doing something quickly and easily and give you an easily understood way for how you learn the next thing that you want and need to do. Mm-hmm. Google Plus hasn't achieved that yet. That's one of its problems, I think.
It's like, I just want to add something to it. It's like previously when we want to use a phone, we want to read a manual to use it. And when the iPhone came out, you can just use it without even reading a manual. That's the, switch between usability. How Apple changed the game.
Right. There's a difference between a program and an elegant program.
Okay, guys, we all agree on this now. Okay, great. Let me switch to the other thing, the commenting platform, which is kind of cool. I guess Peter will be a good one because he's got several web pages and Oleg and everybody, I guess. But I first discovered the Facebook comment system on TechCrunch, like a lot of folks did, and I thought it was great because the reason they implemented it was it minimized, it cut back on spam posts and it cut back on trolling because there's some sort of identity verification that Facebook does fairly well, as does Google, Google Plus, and so they were man, that's distracting. I don't know whose phone that is.
It's fine.
So just put it on vibrate or turn it off.
Anyway, so they have it's neat, and what's great about it, if you own the website, is you do a post. If it becomes a hot post or whatever, someone comments under there, then by default they can uncheck it, but it'll share that comment on their Facebook wall, so that you have their identity. It also encourages people to comment there because if people like your comment and want to interact with you, then they can easily find you your Facebook profile and send you a message. Whereas other places, like a lot of websites, they don't do that. You can have your own website there, but you can't put a link on it. You can't say much, and there's no way for someone to interact with you. So it's kind of like a waste of your time. But I think it's great that Google Plus is now also apparently going to be working with, I think it's pronounced Discuss, I guess, but it's spelled weird. But it's the similar to that, but you can choose whether you want to use Yahoo ID or whatever ID, and they're going to integrate that. I think this is fantastic. So let me ask Peter first, and then whoever else wants to chime in. This is great, and I think this is going to. And I'm curious on your websites. I'm sure obviously you're strongly going to consider this. I've seen some where they, like if you have a WordPress blog, where right now they'll have Facebook, and two of my newspapers we use the Facebook commenting system, and I actually disabled the WordPress commenting system and just left the Facebook. But then I see other guys like Jim Romanesco, who has a very popular blog about media. I think it's jimromanesco.com or romanesco.com, but he has both. He has the Facebook comment system, and then below that he has the WordPress comment system, so you can choose either. What do you think about this, and are you probably going to use both, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, Dan, you mentioned two things that are very interesting, and one of those things was cutting back on spam. Anybody using the WordPress commenting system probably uses a plugin called Akismet, which actually checks basically the way the comment is built, the text that's in there, and can tell whether or not it's probably going to be a spam. It's got about a 98% success ratio on flagging spam. Not a lot of positive negatives, if that makes any sense, or true positives. But anyway, so you have that, you have the Facebook system, and you have Discuss, which kind of looks like Discus because it's got a Q in it. I understand what you're saying there. But one of the problems with having a proprietary system on your blog, and there's a lot out there, there's a lot of different companies that offer these systems for commenting, is they're not necessarily frictionless. A lot of them you have the opportunity to log in either using your Twitter account or your Facebook account. But if you don't want to associate it with either of those identities, you're unlikely to leave a comment there. Personally, on my site, what I've done is I leave the WordPress comment system, and I'm actually going to do a screen share to show you what the navigation looks like right now as I'm looking at it. And by leaving the WordPress system, you can leave whatever comment you want, but I still have all the opportunities for you to share using those various networks there. The one reason I like doing that instead of having one dedicated comment system is it still invites you to share across all these different various networks, whereas in the comments, if it was controlled by one social network, you wouldn't feel so inclined to share across multiple networks. Now, however, with Google, based on the reach that I have, I think it's going to be more beneficial for me to use their embedded comment system. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. One, because it's going to help me network with other people. It's going to help push traffic to my site because, as you said before, when they leave a comment, it'll either be a checkbox that they'll have to uncheck or that they can check themselves to share it with their followers. And that's a great, great source of traffic for my website, and it's also a great way to connect back with other people. Right now, when people leave comments as themselves, even using their Gravatar profile, I still have to find out where they're from and see whether or not I'm connected with them on Google+. Since Google+, like we argue about every week, whether it's a social layer or a product itself, since it's spanning across YouTube, across Google, across Docs, and all these different things I use for my business, it's going to be most beneficial for me to use this on my blog to connect my words with my videos.
Yeah, okay.
Peter, can I follow up with the question?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Follow up with the question to Peter. Peter, you say it's going to be beneficial to you, it's going to be a great thing to you. why is this going to be so much better than something like Facebook comments?
Well, particularly for me, and as an early adopter, somebody that has most of their following on a particular social network, it's obviously going to behoove me to do something that's convenient to those followers. Now, then again, you might argue if I don't have as many followers on Facebook, maybe I should use Facebook comments to drive in traffic from a different location. So that is a great question. For me,
but you're not going to dump one for the other, right? You can leave them both up. You can have WordPress comments, the Facebook comment app, and then the Google Plus comment app, because clearly your presence on Google Plus is larger than your Facebook presence. But everyone uses Facebook, so it'd be stupid to cut one out, right?
Well, yeah, that's correct, but I think when you have too many different conversations going, if they're actually working with Discuss, as you mentioned before, that's an incredible partnership because those comments are aggregated and you have the ability to share across multiple networks. So using Discuss, that would be a great way to embed the Google Plus comments if they do move back into the Google Plus posting mechanism, the main plus.google.com.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this from anybody in the room?
Yeah, I think my biggest concern about this is kind of related to what I just asked Peter, and that's that Google really needs to kind of convince sites why they should go with them instead of going with Facebook. And I think right now, it's interesting. I think those of us on Google Plus really like the idea, but I don't think they've really sold it to, I don't think they're in a position to sell it to your everyday blogger or your news site. Is the Washington Post going to pick up on this?
Right, and Alan,
go ahead, Peter.
No, to follow up on that, I'm making a bet here, and a lot of the things I'm doing are anticipatory of what's to come. One of the things I'm noticing is RSS is kind of a dying mechanism for discovering content because everybody's going social with the content. It's great to keep a short list of the blogs that I enjoy reading often in my RSS feeds, but I think that's sort of dying down and people aren't using that to discover content as much, even though they may be subscribed to those sites. But what I think is going to be happening, and this is a prediction, in the future, Google's going to offer you the ability to subscribe to posts from certain either brand pages or from profiles so that you may not necessarily receive a notification, but they would be aggregated in a separate area. So much like in Facebook, oh, God forbid, I know we're talking about doing the same thing they're doing, but in a much better way, I think Google's going to give you the ability to subscribe to that content. So having that integration on the website, I think, is going to be critical to drive recurring traffic back to your site. But nothing tops email. I mean, you need to have an email marketing system, and that's got nothing to do with Google.
But Peter, Alan, let me just ask you this. We only know about that this is a new commenting framework, right? We all know that whenever a new site comes up, for example, Pinterest, most of the sites let you sign up with the Facebook IDs. That's one of the ways they actually drive up the user base, right? So how do we know that? I know that Google already has a mechanism by which they allow people to sign up to other services. How do we know that they're going to use this just as a commenting system, which Facebook already does for that matter? I think they're going to go one step ahead and make it in such a way, considering the fact that Google is still the biggest, the greatest search engine out there. And don't you think that that is an extra incentive for these new sites to have Google's entire mechanism plugged in to sign up as well as commenting everything?
No, and I agree with you, Streak, but that's contrary to what Vic talked to Guy Kawasaki at the Fireside Talk at South by Southwest, when he basically stated the API is not going to be open for open authentication or things like that. So I think you're going to see a very small group of companies. No, go ahead.
Open authentication's there already. That's
not to your Google Plus profile, though. To your
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So why I'm thinking, I don't know what Vic said to Guy, but I'm saying if they're going to come out with a complete package together with the commenting system as well as an authentication, what if they do that?
I think people will still say, so what?
Well, listen, guys. Okay.
Because and here's why. Although Google is biggest in search and everybody uses Google for search, not everybody logs in to do search.
Okay. First of all, there are winners and losers here. Well, there's definitely a winner, and that's Discuss. If Google is going to integrate them, I think, Peter. Let me get your thoughts on this. I think it'd be crazy to dump one for the other. I think you should have both because clearly, 10 times as many people are on Facebook as Google Plus now. That's growing. With Facebook, what you get is you get, when they comment, by default, it will share it. They can uncheck that box, but by default, the box is checked. And when you go to TechCrunch, you don't have to log in, right? If you just used Facebook and you open a new tab to check out TechCrunch, you're already there logged in Facebook. So it says posting is Dan McDermott, or in your case Peter, and when you post it, by default, it's going to say on your wall, Peter G. McDermott just posted a comment on this TechCrunch post. So then TechCrunch gets that traffic because your friends on Facebook will see that you posted it and be curious and click to their article, right? So they're getting incoming traffic. On Google+, you're getting straight into Google search with your comment.
Exactly.
So I think it's crazy not to put both in there. And this is a huge, huge deal for Disqus because they took a real beating with the Facebook commenting system. Because, for example, I think TechCrunch used it before, and then they switched to Facebook. But I think some of the TechCrunch empire, their gadget blog, I think still uses Disqus. So they're still, they're testing. It's a testing ground as well.
Hang on. Here's my concern about hyping up the fact that, oh, hey, it's great that comments are going to go straight into Google search. I think there are a lot of companies that are going to be very, very concerned about that. Because, if you look at some of these news sites, the comments that are in them, not all the comments are positive, and some of them can start spinning the site in a very bad light. So if suddenly what's happening is you're getting indexes of people saying, oh, man, this article sucked, gee, is that really something you want?
I think that's becoming less and less of a thing, Alan, because you're seeing more and more people are just leaving stuff up there, unless it's blatant hate speech or the F word, that kind of thing, because people go crazy when you delete their comments, and then there'll be other people like, oh, hey, they deleted this comment, and that becomes the whole thing. Yeah. They're censoring. It's a free speech news site, but they're censoring our comments, and so they're less and less prone. I'm very like on my newspaper sites, unless it's like go by my fake Rolex site. I'm very reluctant to ever delete a post. We always before I do it, and it's only happened a couple times in years. I will have a discussion with my editors and say, should we do this? How do we deal with this? Because I don't want to delete it.
That's my point, and that's the problem. Because now, if you've got a post up there, it's not going to get deleted. It's now indexed. It's now available on Google. That means that anybody who's looking for, something bad about the Washington Post, it's going to come up in the search, and it's going to go straight to a Washington Post page.
What's wrong with that? Because
exactly.
What's wrong with it is that me as an editor doesn't want that indexed.
So you better change your content. So what I'm saying is, see, if it's an anonymous poster, putting some a lot of sites allow you to just type in whatever username you want and just type in your comment, right?
Right.
But instead of that, now you're actually using your Google Plus profile ID or your Facebook ID, and it appears on you. I mean, if you're going to leave a nasty comment out there,
yes, oh yes, people do.
Then it just
certainly do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but Aaron.
But that is the actual reality, right? I mean, if you're going to do that, it's going to show up on your. And if you remember what Q said.
So what? Hang on.
Yeah, but Aaron, you don't think that Google is going to automatically weight everyone that leaves a comment on blah 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 site with a 10, right? If someone's trolling, Google's going to figure it out, and they might go from anything as low as a 1 to a negative.
Do you really think their algorithms are going to that easily detect trolling?
Well, not in the beginning, but I bet you.
No,
I mean,
if I remember what
here's the thing. I would be able to write a comment on an article that could significantly say things about how bad the article is, how bad the author is, and how bad the newspaper is, without sounding like a troll. And that's going to get indexed. And people who want to search for it will find it and will end up on that newspaper site.
But
that's the price you pay. That's the price you pay for being in the First Amendment business. I mean,
it's a public arena. What do you expect?
Your comments are created by your readers and your visitors, and your visitors are determined by your content. If you go to the Washington Post or MSNBC, everything is Bush's fault. If you go to the Daily Caller,
hang on. Let me close up. Let me bring it full circle.
And Google does already index comments.
Let me bring it full circle, and then I will stop. Okay. If we're then saying, hey, we have two services. We've got Google, who will guarantee to index all of your comments, and Facebook, who will not index all of your comments. And I'm a newspaper editor concerned about my image. What am I going to do?
But if,
Alan,
you,
the
but if you're
I'll
if you're
throw
a
it to the
website,
room.
It can go
I'll throw it
both
to the
ways.
room for a quick round robin, but on this issue, as a newspaper publisher, I can address this. The benefits of having your comments go straight into the pipeline for Google search and be highlighted now that it's search plus your world. So if Peter comments somewhere on a newspaper article, I'm going to see it in Google search up front because we're friends on Google+. The benefits of that dramatically outweigh any negatives from trolling or what have you.
Really?
You're going to go to Facebook because it's going to draw more traffic. You're going to go to Google Plus because it's going to draw more traffic. And I think it's crazy to not have both.
Yeah, here's the time for the app
Jeff
to have a poll.
Oleg and quick round robin and let's.
I'm gonna vote and say that I agree with Dan here. The value of it far outstrips any kind of negative comments.
It depends.
You're driving traffic to your website is what you want, and that's basically it's to your benefit.
It depends. It all depends. I have a business, and I had some character comment, put a really bad negative comment with all kinds of bad words and everything because my driver was driving too close to his bike. And so he puts this rant on Google in one of the reviews on about my business. Okay?
Well, wait a minute. What on earth does that have to? You are like you're on a whole nother set of tracks. We're talking about enabling the Google comment system on your website, and you're talking about somebody leaving a bad review for your business. They're not even related.
Yeah.
No, they're entirely related.
See, that's the problem here, is you're leaving a comment about something that's totally unrelated to what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about a comment that could go on Google Plus in the same fashion like it went on Google Reviews. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's totally related. The guy posted on Google Reviews. He didn't have a chance to post it on Google Plus because Google Plus wasn't out there at the time.
Yeah.
How is it any different? The guy could have
we're talking about a content comment system to install on your blog outside of Google Plus.
Yeah, exactly.
To your stream.
People typically put these things in context. Like when you go to download an app, you'll see, if you see 50 5-star reviews and then you see one review that says it's a 1-star review and it says it sucks, it wouldn't load on my Motorola Photon. People take that in context and say, okay, well I have an Evo, it probably work, And most people who read these things, read comments on news sites, can, are fairly intelligent and can read through that. Right. And we're all accustomed to seeing crazy spam or troll comments. I think that's the price you pay for exposure.
What Alan says is exactly it, and people will be disappointed that once the stuff starts to get in, it's not all about traffic to your site. It's also about perception about.
But here, look, Oleg, like anything else,
site.
this is going to be. You're going to have an opt-out option here. There's going to be an opt-out. If you don't want to have them indexed, either there's going to be a checkbox or don't put it on your site.
I don't have any problems.
Then Peter,
are you sure about that, Peter?
Peter, then that goes back to my question. What's the benefit of going with Google Plus's comments over Facebook's?
If you don't like it, don't install it.
Why
put it on?
Why is it
Why is it either or?
Let me answer that, Alan.
Yeah, it's not either or. It's that the thing is, if they're actually going with Discuss is a platform that you connect multiple networks. I have my WordPress blog, my Gravatar account, my Facebook account, and my Twitter account, as well as my Google Open Authentication account, all connected with Discuss. So every time I leave a comment on Discuss, I'm granted with the option of which network I want to share it with. As a site moderator, I'm not sure. I don't have it installed. Dan, I'm not sure who does have it installed, who has more information as to what is indexed. But I will tell you, any comment system for any content management system, you can moderate the posts before they go on the site.
Yeah, that's an option. You can do that. You can choose to allow them go up live, or you can choose to moderate them with the Facebook commenting system.
Live moderating posts instead of doing what you're doing in business.
I'm sure Oleg has strict moderation on all of his posts.
No, I got one of the WordPress blogs constantly being spammed with all kinds of crap that I have to constantly say, no, don't put it in, yes, put it in. It takes forever to do all this stuff.
Well, it's called Akismet. Just get the API key. It's free.
Yeah.
I was listening to what Dan said, that this is going to show up in your search plus your world. If you remember what you said, anything you type publicly is going to be immediately indexed by Google, right? It is a public comment. It doesn't have to be just for your friends or your circle. So it is. Answer to Alan is somebody searches for something and it can show up. It doesn't just have to be a circle. It is a public comment. You're saying that if you're going to comment on a particular TechCrunch, for example, make a comment, is it just going to show up for the people who are following you? Probably yes, but in the search arena, it is going to show up for everybody. Can Facebook do that? No.
The Search Plus shows up to your relevant circles, to people you associate with, and that's what's so important because you can judge it. I know everybody in this room has about a 90% rate, right? 10% of the time, Peter, Alan, Oleg, and I go off the deep end, but 90% of the time we kind of have a clue. And so you can judge, like if Alan and Oleg comment on this thing, it's going to pop up quicker, and you can put that in context. There's nothing that beats word-of-mouth advertising from a friend, That's the best kind of
including
referral.
bad word of mouth advertising. I don't know.
Well, first of all, don't forget what Peter said. Peter said that you're going to be able to opt out, and so the whole notion of how useful it is becomes right there something that's not really true because a bunch of people will be opting out. So it's not going to.
What do you mean opt out, Peter? Elaborate on that. What are you talking about?
Well, if you don't want to install it on your site, you don't install it on your site. You've opted out.
But if you do it, it's going to end up in Google search. But eventually your WordPress comments or any of the discuss option comments, most of those are going to end up in Google search anyway eventually.
Well, you've got to remember, right now there's do follow links and there's no follow links. So for example, if Oleg makes a comment on my post and I have no follow enabled on my comments, that means that link back to his site is not going to be associated. It's not going to count in any SEO algorithms. So I almost wonder if eventually there's going to be a tag that's going to allow you to prevent those comments from being indexed.
I wonder what percentage of people do a no follow on comments.
Most sites with big reputations, the Mashables, the bigger sites, if you leave a comment on there, it's not going to be credited as a backlink to your site, and those are called no follows.
Right, and Google's pushed the no follow tag actually, Dan.
Whoa. The no follow tag means if someone posts a link, it doesn't show up. But does that mean, are you saying
No, the link shows up. It just means it doesn't count as a link back to the site when
correct,
when computing
but
the algorithm.
The actual text of the comment would be indexed, right?
It will be.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is in the way that they have the no follow tag, which affects their algorithm, I would not be surprised if later there's a tag that says no index for comments.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see.
Comments will not be indexed.
It's mainly a spam prevention tool.
So
you can't go to Huffington Post and post your website in a comment, and then all of a sudden Google thinks that Huffington Post is linking to you, and you get a bigger search ranking. That's what the no follow thing's about.
Yeah. Can I have a follow-up question again to Dan and Peter? Based on your experience with comments, do you think it would be beneficial, and do they provide it now, being able to provide information back to the site owner about, for example, how many comments there are on an article, how many different articles have gotten comments on them, what the return rate is, how many different followers there are, profiles of their followers? Is that something that you think would be useful to a site owner?
Yeah, there's analytics already show social actions and comments, not necessarily Google Analytics, but the analytics for different products that are available out there. Is that kind of what you're asking, Alan?
Well, that's kind of where I'm going. Since Google Analytics is a known product, is a very good product, it's considered fairly good in the industry, I'm wondering if they tie analytics into their commenting system, if that's actually really the payback.
That would be a tremendous payback, absolutely. Now, one of the other things you get is you want to talk about feedback. If somebody does leave a comment, let's say they leave the comment from Facebook. Facebook is a confirmed follow service, right? So I can't immediately see who they are or what they're up to when they leave a comment. They would have to confirm me as a friend before I can start open communication with them. I can send them a blind message in most cases. With Twitter, I've got 140 characters to talk to them. But with Google+, when I go back to the person that left the comment, I've got a fairly open path of communication to them.
Yeah, you see, I think that's really the real sell that I hope Google is going to be making to some of these companies in a future they've got built into comments. It isn't the, hey, you'll be able to tap into all of our users, because that's not a good response. It's that, hey, we'll be able to give you all of this demographic information about the users who comment. We'll be able to give you return rates. We'll be able to let you know just how many people are reading and interacting with your articles, and we can give you these great summaries, And we can do this because we've been doing analytics for a decade or more.
One thing and we got to move, but one thing I'm
curious
excited
if
about.
Facebook offers that.
One thing I'm really excited about is I hope people will put the Facebook and the Google Plus comments options on their blogs, because this gets back to that now very famous post when Tom Anderson, the founder of MySpace, who's now a big Google Plus fan, posted the same thing on Facebook and Google Plus, and someone did a screen share of all the comments on Facebook, which were like, Tom, marry me, I love you, Tom, lol. And then on Google Plus, it was like, well, this is really interesting. I read in a NASA report, it was just dramatically different. And so it'd be kind of neat to see these back-to-back on these different sites where you see what the Facebook people say and what the Google Plus people say, and the kind of, reaction you would get from people as they're viewing those two alternatives. Sincerity is the biggest form of flattery, and a couple things that are being compared to Google Hangouts are in the process, have either debuted or in the process of getting ready to be debuted. We, Oleg and Alan and I, did a quick test, and someone added this in another one, so we weren't going to talk about it yet because it's still kind of in beta, but I'll just do a quick run through and group them together. It's called ontheair.com, and it's I don't know how to describe it yet, but it's sort of it's a way for you to have a show that's video and audio, like a Justin or Ustream show, and then other people can watch it, and then you can click and add them one at a time and talk to them, and it's sort of like a hangout. It's sort of like what I do when I do a split shot. Like right now I can hit this button and I bring Alan in on my side, and then I can click here and switch it to Oleg on my side and with his Google bandana, and then Sarik. I think that's the point. I think that's what you do, and then so I think that's what's going on. And then there's this other one, and Alan, I'll go to you in a second. But that's ontheair.com, and then this other one, it's Evanar. I'm not sure. You added that at the last minute, so I have no idea what it is. So Alan, what are your? I'll go to you first because you know about both these, and then Oleg. And we'll be kind because Josh was super. We did a hangout with the CEO of On the Air, and he was super interested in our feedback. And there were a few glitches, because it's beta. Super nice guy. We're very excited about the playing around with the product that he has, and so we'll see where it goes, and we'll have more, in the weeks to come, update on that. But I don't think it's the first thing is these are not hangout killers. These are not true competitors to Google Plus. These are neat new things that do different things, and we welcome all new arrivals. So Alan, what are your thoughts on this, on these two, and explain what Evanar is, because I have no clue. Man,
the perfect timing. The guy just does perfect timing.
I think he's deliberately sabotaging.
I'll chime in. I don't know what happened.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
So you actually demoed it?
Yeah, we played with it a little. Yeah.
So you demoed with On the Air, and how was the quality, and how did it?
Let's not go into that right now.
Yeah,
like Dan said, he had some glitches.
There were some glitches, but Oleg will agree with me. The CEO was a super stand-up guy. He was actually in a therapy session.
Yeah.
Basically, he took my call. He was really interested. Go ahead, Oleg. What were your thoughts?
Describe it. It's like think of a stage, and on the stage you have somebody who is a host, and they bring up people from the audience to interact with the host. And then when the one person leaves the stage, then the other person comes in, and you can have up to 5,000 of these people coming in and out. So that's one thing it does.
So does he randomly pick people, or how does the audience let him know that he want to speak?
I'm sure they have some tools. We just couldn't get that far. So that's why I don't want to comment, which I don't know. And then the other thing basically is that when the host leaves the stage, the idea is that this is ongoing, constant show. Somebody else can then take the stage, and now they're the host with whoever else they want to talk to. So the idea is you're always talking to two people at the same time, and of course the chat has all up to 5,000 other people available, and then they just keep switching out as often as they need to be in this kind of a show host environment that's going on. That's basically what
so it's basically a split screen type in scenario. Exactly. Got it. And then you only either see one person or two people at one time.
You see two all the time, from what I could tell. Yeah.
And I think you can switch back and forth in the same way that I switched the shots in the show here, but we'll have to play with it some more. It was really early. and we got exposed to some stuff. I don't want to say we can't talk about, but it wouldn't be polite to talk about. But like their future things are rolling out, so it looks really interesting, and I applaud what they're doing. It's going to be fun to play with, and we may end up doing a show there on a different topic or something to test it out. And what kind of it is, and I'm sure Peter's just drooling to get his hands on this platform. I know he'll want to do it because basically, Peter, you can get your own channel, right? And you'll be able to have folks that I think anyone can do. It's kind of vague right now. We really didn't use it enough to speak with authority on it. Once they get kind of more stable, whatever, we'll get Josh on, and he can tell us about it. But yeah, what if, Peter, you could have your own channel on this thing, and it's kind of like it's got the public chat built into it, which is cool, that we've always wanted with the Hangouts. It's got some neat things. They've kind of cherry-picked some neat features from Hangouts and Skype and different things and put them together. So I would encourage everyone to check it out, and as we are, and it's a neat thing. And is Alan back?
No.
It's almost like a video radio show, if you wanna. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think it's less of a social. Let me talk to my sister or my girlfriend. It's more folks who do shows like I do.
It's a video classroom, right?
So is it basically Blog Talk Radio with video?
I was gonna say, and I even told him. I said, I even said, I hope it emerges as something like Google Plus, Hangouts, and the shows that like Peter and I do. That you have interaction with people and people watch, as opposed to Blog Talk Radio, which is mainly a bunch of show producers and very little audience. And it's just the show producers hitting each other up to listen to each other's shows. But there's really not a lot of people who just go to Blog Talk Radio, from what I saw, and actually just go there to listen. I think everyone wants to be a host.
What was the limit on the number of people that could attend?
I think there isn't one, but it's one at a time, right? Oh, is it 5,000?
5,000 is the limit, yeah.
Okay, that should be adequate.
Yeah.
Alan,
5,000 thumbnails.
what were your? Josh was terrific. It was fun. I got to tell a funny anecdote about why we called Josh.
Dan, let me talk quickly before I get disconnected again. Because that's going to happen any moment with my network tonight. I think On the Air, it has some interesting concepts, and I think it's pretty neat. I think the biggest issue with it is you framed it in terms of a show. And I think On the Air is actually intended for people to build whole networks and to have multiple shows on each network and to have hosts for each of those shows with scheduled times and so forth. I think that the best analogy of it is if you think of what modern talk radio stations are like these days. It's really trying to let you set up a talk radio station with video. And the analogy is actually pretty close in my mind. It seems like that was their model.
Yeah, one of the guys used to work at Google, and they've clearly looked at Blog Talk Radio, and they've looked at Hangouts, and they've looked at different things, and they've kind of, come up with a new thing that's different. And frankly, Oleg and Alan and I looked at it, and we looked at all the stuff and their plan for the future, and we aren't really exactly sure what the heck's going on. But it looks promising, and it'll be fun to play with, and we'll do that, over the next course of the week, and we'll have an update. And this other thing, Alan, before you get nuked.
This other thing, I read the article on it quickly, and TechCrunch seems pretty excited about it. I looked at it, and I'm going, who in the world cares? I mean, basically, it looks like it's a...
What is it?
I don't know, what is it called again, Dan? I don't even have it up in front of me.
It was called, I've got it in front of me, it's called Evanar.
Oh my God, that thing looks like a train wreck and a half.
I'm just reading on the TechCrunch article on it, I'm going, who in the world cares? I mean, it lets you do things like share pictures live.
But
reading that TechCrunch article, it looked like they had a hand in it.
Yahoo Messenger had that like a year back, or 5 years back.
The TechCrunch article on the Air was not at all what we experienced. So don't judge it by that, right?
Well, I'm trying not to, but the TechCrunch article, it talks about the things that you can do. It says that basically all of the really neat things that you can do, like slideshows of your pictures live, is available through the paid model. And that was their biggest criticism, is warning about how the free model, how they might not get any traction because all of the good stuff is in the paid model. I think they're not going to get any traction because nobody cares.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cool. Any final thoughts on this? And then we're going to get up to mysteriously disappearing posts and notifications and all that stuff. A veritable ratings bonanza, if you will.
I just want to say that from watching the on-the-air little video that they have on their website, doesn't really describe what their product is.
It's still vague, and they need some marketing help. Maybe they could get the Muppets to do a video for them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the TechCrunch article clearly put them on the map. But again, if our interaction with Josh was any indication of the rest of their team, they're gonna, they care very much. They're as engaging as Google on, when they're engaging. And
yeah, I mean, he's a smart guy, and they've clearly got some really good ideas hiding in here. But I think the platform needs work, and I think it's got a relatively small target audience.
Yeah, we'll see. If they can avoid what I call the incestuous Blog Talk Radio problem, where you have too many hosts and not enough audience, Google Plus gets that right. I mean, there's a lot more folks who watch. There are more people who absorb content on Twitter and Google Plus than produce it, and there are more people who produce content than watch it or absorb it on Blog Talk Radio. If they can make it great for the content producers, but still deliver that audience in a great form that's engaging and interactive and new, and a step up from what's currently available, then God bless them, and good for them. Okay, so are you seeing all of your posts? Many people aren't, is the title of this. I see Priz. I know that Peter wants to weigh in on this as well. And also, I'm seeing some notification issues. I'm randomly stumbling on in my stream posts that mention me, and I was like, well, I never got an email, and I've got that turned on, and I never got the red, thing. So what's the deal with that? What's this story, Alan?
There are a whole bunch of things going on in the stream. Since I first posted this, I've gotten messages from people who never saw messages in their stream. I've gotten comments from people who never got notifications that they were supposed to get. I've heard of people, and this is the weirdest one of all, who started reporting they were getting messages in their stream from people they've never heard of. And people would say, "Oh, that's just the what's hot." No, these are smart people who know what a what's hot post looks like and turned it off. And they're just getting these random comments. I've seen posts that have disappeared. There's all sorts of weird things were going on with the stream earlier this week. I'm not entirely sure if they've settled down, but I think they have a little. I haven't heard as much of it recently. But a lot of weird things were going on. Peter, what did you see?
Yeah, definitely over the past week, I saw a total drop in interaction, and it sounds narcissistic to say that, but when you have 45,000 followers and you're posting the same type of content, and then for 3 days straight, nobody says anything about it, a little bit weird. I actually had a comment today on one of my posts from one of the people that diligently follows me that said, "Hey, are you okay? I haven't seen you posting in days. Is everything all right?" And he literally looks for my stuff and hasn't seen it come across the stream in days. So, definitely something going on. There's been a lot of conversation in the back channel about whether or not people are being turned down. I'm not seeing things from people that I've turned the whole way up. I'm seeing a lot more stuff from people that I don't care to hear from.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that I think we were able to at least somewhat solidly trace this to is for people who end up being in two circles, one that's a very high volume and one that's a very low volume. It seems like what is happening is that it's listening to the low volume circle, not the high volume one. Now, Google engineers more than once said that it's supposed to be going to the high volume one, but this sounds like a case of a coding bug. Now, I think all of these things are bugs, and I think Google will work them out. But it's gotten very disconcerting to a lot of people that suddenly wonder what in the world happened.
Does it work that way?
Another weird bug that I saw that I'm trying to figure out is I've made a number of posts this week all with the same hashtag, but they don't show up if you search for the hashtag. Some of them do, some of them don't, and it's not entirely clear which ones are and which ones aren't.
About this high volume and low volume thing you mentioned, does it work the same way if you actually click on the circle?
No, if you click on the circle, you'll see what's in the circle. That appears to be working correctly. But that's because when you click on a circle, it ignores the volume setting. It shows you everything in the circle.
Right. Okay.
The volume setting just tells you what shows up in the main stream.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with that right now. And I'm going to show you why. let's take a look. We're going to do a little screen share here. So I have a circle called Family Circle, and like most of the people on Google+, there's not terribly a lot of my family here. I have put myself in the Family Circle. I've clicked the Family Circle. The last post to show up on this stream is from March 14th.
Yeah, interesting. And your volume's all the way up.
And the volume is the whole way up. We've got March 14th. We've got January 31st.
And I saw a post from Peter, when this Hangout started. So there's an interesting problem.
No, there's some deal. I posted a comment on one of the posts, and then next thing I know is I see the same comment in a completely different post, and I'm like, this is totally wrong because it was just one liner. I knew exactly what it was, and so I have no idea why I did that. So that's one thing I for sure saw that was completely screwed up. That was yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday.
So
I think another thing that would be beneficial is if you could manage the volume.
That's the thing, Peter, isn't it? I want to control that. I don't want it to be like Facebook where there's some backroom algorithm that controls that. And I don't really understand how it works. And I miss stuff. And I have to go, in Facebook, you have to, sometimes I'll go and I haven't seen a post or anything from this person that I just ran into in the grocery store. And I'll go into Facebook and I'll have to type their name in the search, even though they're my friend, right? And then I'll go and I'll discover all this neat stuff. It's like they take over that algorithm, and I don't really understand how it works or have any controls. It really should be, I don't know. It's broken. It should be, you should have an option of just show everything or whatever circle I click on, or, the slider, which is still kind of vague about the actual impact, right? I don't really understand how that works. Or maybe there should be some default third option where you can say, like, posts based on how many people you've commented on or interacted with or whatever.
No, I think it's a bug. I think it's a problem. It's not an issue of you not showing things right. I think, like Alan said, it's a bug. I cannot put a comment in one post and then see it in a totally different post as some sort of slider feature. It just plain landed in the wrong place.
The first inkling we had on this, Oleg, was when Linda was on, and she was talking about how the problem she had, she wasn't getting notifications.
Right, but she's got tons and tons of followers. It's a little
right, and I assumed it was just because it wasn't something I had experienced until now. This could be a whole different thing because this is getting, it's a complicated beast anyway, and it's getting more so as they add more things. So there'll be bugs like this that go on. Jeff?
Yeah, they like Alan said, they probably tried to optimize something and broke it, and that's what happened. And then as soon as they figure out what they did, they'll revert it back.
Sometimes I get a comment in email before I actually see a notification on Google Plus that particular comment. So I can actually see the message before I even, theoretically Google Plus hasn't even indicated that that's being the case, but they already sent me email on the subject, and I already got it. So it's just, a lot. Also, sometimes you have a situation where you post and you end up posting an answer before the person, it winds up being out of sync in terms of your comments. I had that happen too to me.
I think it's like at Sheetz or Wawa when you order a sandwich. I think the delivery order is when you first start to order, not when you click send.
Is
that how it works? Or is it the opposite?
I think that saved me a $600 PC and a webcam to Alan, because we had a bet going, and Oleg just snuck in there with the little comment, and then I withdrew my bet.
That's right.
These two notifications, the message showing up on the email as well as on Google Plus, they can never be in sync. What I'm saying is these two are two separate services.
No, but Srik, here's the example. I was talking to actually one of the Googlers. He posts something to me. Okay, I see that coming up. I write a response to it. I post it, and it winds up being before his initial post went in. So when you look at the stream, you actually wind up my answer to his post before his post.
Because you checked the comment in your mail, right?
Wow.
I don't know why. It just seems like they delayed it so much that they send me email. I responded, but they wound up putting his deal after mine.
That's what I'm saying. Enthusiasts like you cannot or don't really wait to see what the comment is on Google Plus. You probably see it on the mail and immediately check it and you start typing. So what I'm saying is these two are two entirely different services. The queuing is different.
Right.
Everything is different. So I mean, it is actually
Sure.
very
Sure, the queuing and the scheduling is different, but you know, email is designed as a delayed system, while notifications are intended as more of a real-time system.
absolutely.
So when you see, so when you see them reversed, you're a little confused. I mean, I think overall it seems like there are a ton of bugs, and they've been, you know, very prominent in the past week. I don't want to belabor the point. I don't want to go into every single bug we find on the system.
Yeah.
But it seems like we've gotten a lot of them picking up over the past week or so. And I know my hope, this is my personal hope, is that that's an indication that they've got a lot of really cool changes coming out, and they were just ironing out all the bugs, and that we'll see the announcement of the changes soon, especially now that it seems like hopefully the bugs have gotten tapered off a little.
You know what?
I remember, Alan, remember when you first said, hey, Dan, did you see, is there an apps button that appeared or disappeared or something, and is something coming down the pike? And, you know, we were like, oh, and you start, you know, foam started coming down your mouth and wisps of smoke. And lo and behold, you know, a couple weeks. And I'll tell you one thing, when Chi-Chu tells you, ask me that again in a month or in 2 weeks.
He said a week.
Almost to the word. One thing he did say that I didn't mention in the intro that was really cool, and I encourage everyone to watch our conversation with him from a few days ago. Look on, I think, Oleg, you shared it. Alan, did you share it?
Yeah.
Go to any of our profiles and you'll see it. It was a great, we did a hangout, and the title of it is, you know, we learned some stuff from Chi-Chu or something. He just popped into our hangout, and it was great. And he told us a bunch of things, and you really should watch it, or my description kind of has some highlights there. But one of the things was I asked about the ability to name a regular hangout. I think that's very important, so people know, like, are you talking about poker, or is everyone naked, or, you know, what's the deal? And so it'd be neat if you could name and define a hangout in that way. So
my prediction is it's coming in a matter of days.
Well, based on the fact he said, ask me again in a couple of days, right, Oleg?
Exactly.
With a smirk on his face and his awesome Google Plus hoodie, and yes, we're jealous.
You know what is refreshing about the notification bug versus the email issue? What we're talking about is that Oleg actually thinks that it's a big bug, you know, and I have to counter Oleg saying that no, it's okay, at least for the time being.
Well, how many people have used Circle?
Me?
Yeah.
Thousands. That's it.
And don't you want to know when? I mean, because like I rely on some of the stuff you post is really interesting. Peter will, you know, and everyone here will, when they post something that they think is interesting to me, they'll mention me or share it with me. In the bottom, you know, when you say circles, extended circles, Dan McDermott, and I'll get a note. I rely on those because I'll miss stuff otherwise.
Oh yeah,
great content.
I'm saying this problem happens only when you are looking both into your email system as well as your notifications.
You don't have to, No, but here's the deal, Dan. The only problem is when you have, how many followers do you have?
I don't know, 200, 300?
No. Dan, how many followers do you have?
Okay.
I've got 13,000 or something.
13,000. And right now you're getting quite a few notifications.
I get when I wake up in the morning, I've got 15 or something.
Okay.
And throughout the
now
day,
let's
I get
look at Peter. Peter, you got what, 45,000 followers?
Yeah, that's correct.
How many notifications do you get?
The thing is, notifications are really broken. I use mobile and I use web. I have to keep up with them throughout the day, because the problem is when you actually use the little red notification thing, as soon as you click that, you can only see the top 9 things there. And then it's done. You've lost whatever you've clicked on or what you haven't clicked on. It is a total mess. So you can go through the email filters and try to find stuff.
Can't you click on show notifications?
Yeah, but I get, to answer your question, I get over 150 notifications a day.
So that's my point there. My point is that when you get people at Peter or more, look at Linda. I'll bet you she even gets, how many followers does she have?
But you're taking it out of context, though. You got to remember, we're not the common user on here. There's only a couple thousand. Well, there's less than 1,000 people.
But Linda, when you're at that level, when you're at 1 million, you have to turn off notifications except for people you follow.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's an option because you just can't possibly keep track.
So notifications, you gotta, when you say that you're not getting everything, they need to either redo it somehow, or it doesn't make any sense for you to get everything. You'll never be able to get through it all.
But we all
My guess is, and Peter, what are your thoughts? My guess is that they're working on spam controls, and they're trying to, because there are some spam. I mean, we all get followed every day by weird characters who disappear. Like your follow count will suddenly go down, and they'll delete them. And I'm thinking that they're probably seeing people gaming the system, and they're trying to tackle that. And they're kind of it's a slight overreach right now because they haven't got the algorithm just right.
I think that's a really good guess, Dan. I mean, we've been told by Google that anti-spam and anti-troll controls are the big thing that were on their list.
Because that's a real strength for Zuckerberg and Facebook. They do a good job on that.
I think we are actually
much better than Twitter does, and it should be a priority. But I guess maybe right now they're still working out the kinks. And as soon as they get it right, then the spammers will come up with a new way, and they'll have so this will be an ongoing issue.
No, but the bottom line is you don't want to get a ton of notifications, otherwise it defeats the purpose of the feature itself.
That's true. That's a good point.
Too many notifications. That's all.
We also should look at it from a different angle. Do you really think when Google originally designed this, Google thought that people are going to have thousands and thousands of followers? I mean, in Facebook, so
you never know.
And in Twitter, I don't use Twitter, but I don't know that there's a notification mechanism at all in Twitter. In Facebook, if you are not somebody who is like a public figure, you don't have too many subscriptions, and I don't know that you can post to that person also. But ideally, if somebody has like 1,000 friends in Facebook, that's okay. But if you have somebody like Peter who has 50,000 followers, imagine. I don't think Google designed the notification system keeping in mind that people are going to have so many followers. So I agree.
They probably think like the average, like I'm average, Well, I think I'm average anyways. I don't really post that often. I get maybe 10 notifications a day. I have 400 followers. I follow 800 people. So that's probably what the normal person gets.
That's what it was designed for.
That's what it's designed for, right? Exactly.
So
when you get into Sarah Hill territory, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a problem. Public figure, you have to censor it. It sucks, but that's the deal. Okay, I'm looking at some comments here on this issue from I don't know if it's Rickard or Ricard Gronholm. I think I'm masking your name, and I humbly apologize. You're a good guy. He said, I've experienced some problems with the sliders. He said, I can adjust it for circle A. I can click on circle B, and when I return to A, it's like I never touched it. Sometimes I've had to do this 5 or 6 times until it works. I wonder if that's the delay similar to sometimes, although it's gotten better lately, but when you circle someone, sometimes you have to wait a little bit. Do you see that, Peter? Like if you're trying to circle or add someone or switch someone from one circle to another, that you might have to pause a minute before you switch to a new tab or something, or the circle change won't take?
I'm actually playing around with the sliders right now to experiment with that. In all honesty, I think the volume thing's silly. I think if you're interested in following people, then you follow them. If you're not interested, then you go visit them upon occasion.
The
problem is when you have people in multiple circles, you run into an issue. But I'm trying right now to slide them up and down, and it does seem that it's retaining the volume levels for me.
That's interesting comment, Peter. What do you think, Alan? Because that gets back to the airplane cockpit versus.
I disagree. I disagree with Peter. I mean, I think they could have done a better job in how they're implementing the volume control. But I think the volume control itself is a very good idea.
What about this?
There are circles that I don't follow.
What about this? Instead of the volume, what about just saying this? Include this circle in my stream or not, in my main stream or not?
No, that's not how I use volume control.
I like that, Dan, because you're talking about the innovation of the idea of the RSS feed, which is with RSS, it's not pushed to me. I go and pull it when I want to at my convenience, and everything that's been updated is there. I like that idea. Alan, I am going to agree with you. It could be done a lot better. If it was done better, I would like it more. But at this point, it seems to be so broken for most users that it's almost better not being there.
Right. I mean,
but can't you turn the slider all the way down and turn it off?
Hold on. I want to do a quick poll. Alan, here's my question. Typically, for me, when I go to Google+, I rarely click on a specific circle on the left and look at just that stream. I mainly go to Google+, and I look at everything for my circles. And at some point, I adjusted some sliders, and I think I moved, you guys up to whatever. I really don't understand how much weight that gives or whatever. but I do sometimes I'll go to my mainstream and I'll see a post from Oleg or Alan or Sarik or Peter or whoever who I've given an slider all the way up. Anybody who's here, and I'll see that post at the top of the stream, and there's been no activity, no +1s, no comments. It wasn't generated for a day, but it'll be at the top of the stream. Whereas before it used to be a timeline. And
oh no, you discovered another bug, because I've seen that bug too. But I'm pretty sure that's a bug.
Here's my question: how many of you guys typically will view your stream by just looking at the main stream, and how many of you do what Linda Lori does, where she will click on individual circles and look at just look at the Google circle or whatever?
I'll give you my answer. I almost never click on an individual circle.
Yeah.
Okay. Me too. Anthony, are you there still?
Oh my.
I think the issue, Dan,
okay, Jeff, real quick poll, and then you talk about it, Peter. Jeff, mainstream or do you select
mainstream, and I just turn down the what's hot all the way down. That's it.
Oleg, do you typically just look at the mainstream, or do you choose your?
I typically look at the mainstream, but you got to remember there is an extension that allows you to turn on individual. You can basically check off a specific group of circles, so it works really well if you don't have a lot of circles, but of course it's useless if you have tons of circles.
Sarik, do you mainly look just at your mainstream, or do you select all your little circles?
I use it completely differently. I know who are the people I follow diligently. I have them all in my following circle, and I go click on that. First thing I do in the morning, if I'm on G+, I go there, I read all the posts, I'm pretty sure it's going to update more. Then, when I've just left it alone, I'm going to click on the mainstream and follow it. And the the extension that Oleg mentioned is called plus minus or minus plus, if anybody want to use that.
Okay. All right, Peter, answer my question and then say what you wanted to say. And I still think it would make sense instead of a slider. I mean, not to say dismiss the slider, but I think that's complicated and it's vague and you don't really understand how it works. If they could just say include this or don't include the circle on mainstream, and if I'm following someone to be polite, but I really aren't interested all the time in what they're saying, and I'm getting flooded, then I would like to say, like, I want callers 1, 2, 3, 4. I have like 8 caller circles, and I have influencers and certain news sites that I'm interested in. I'd like to put them in my mainstream, so I don't have to click to go through. I want to make it easier. But what's your answer to that general question? Do you typically just look at your mainstream, or click circle?
Yeah, Oleg made a good point. Circles are complicated. There's no intuitive way to sort them. There's a couple that I look at upon occasion. I'd like circle management to be more intuitive so I could visit them better. Dan, you make a great point. If I adjust the volume on my electric guitar, I still hear all the notes I play. It is very vague if you turn something down, if you're going to miss the important stuff or just get more noise. It should be a toggle, on or off.
How do you normally do it? Typically when you wake up and you're going to check your stream, once you're done with your notifications, do you just leave it on the mainstream and see what pops up, or do you click on individual things? It's like clicking on the individual things is too much work, but let's look at the mainstream, you get too much garbage, and so I find that I'm looking at the posts less and less, and maybe I'll rely on my notifications to drive what content I'm looking at. It's kind of self-defeating. I don't know how to describe the phenomenon I'm describing. But do you typically look at that mainstream, or do you selectively choose circles to look at?
Well, back to the RSS argument, when looking, typically I look at the stream, but when looking at the individual circles, it takes too much time. There's too much space for every post. When you visit an individual circle, I'd like to see them condensed so it's an easy scan through to pick, oh, that's one of the guys I want to read, let's see this post. When the posts take up too much real estate, if you could condense them and I can see 10 or 20 in one screen, it'd be a lot easier to choose.
Okay. All right. I know Alan and
one second, Dan.
Go ahead, guys.
Oleg. Are you looking at G+Me extension?
Exactly.
I'm anti-extension because I don't like recommending them to clients because I'm not sure of what data they're storing, what purpose they have for the data, and it's also hogging additional system resources. So I don't even like to discuss extensions, with the exception of Hangout Canopy.
Since Oleg mentioned G+Me, I have to say that that's one of the best extensions I've seen to do exactly what you mentioned. You can fold whichever post you want, and it won't take that much space or that much real estate, but at the same time, it's broken now.
It is, yeah. But he said he's going to.
Well, and that's the big problem with it.
Google should
That's
do.
one of the biggest problems with extensions. But
Yeah.
Google does pay attention to the extensions. They do, at least try to start incorporating some of the stuff in as best they can.
Yeah, because that would be
in ways
very
that seem logical to them. I want to, I understand that works good for Peter. I'm not going to tell Peter that he's using it wrong, but I think the slider is a great feature, and here's why. It addresses one of the biggest information overload problems that we have when dealing with RSS. RSS is you like to keep comparing it to RSS. That was an all or nothing thing. I either got everything from this site or I got nothing from this site. What the slider lets me do is say, whoa, this guy just sends out tons and tons of cat pictures. He sends 20 cat pictures an hour. Now, occasionally, I like to see his cat pictures, and some of them are cute. So, I don't want to turn them off, but I just can't deal with 20 cat pictures a minute.
Yeah, but
So
the
what I'll
problem
do
with
is I can
that,
send them to a
Alan,
load
is
slider.
how do you know if you're getting the cute cat pictures or just the
Exactly.
ugly ones when you're turning it down?
It's a valid point of view. And the way,
You're turning down quantity, not necessarily quality.
Yeah, but aren't they doing it by the number of reshares or something?
That's the important point, exactly what Peter said. The trick, I think, to the whole thing, it's not some tool, it's who you circle, number one, and number two, what kind of content they present. There is no way, I don't think anybody, Google or anybody else, can come up with a magic bullet that would be able to give you an ideal situation. So they're trying to mimic something, give you something to say, well, if this is too much, we'll give you less. But like Peter says, you're getting less, but you're getting crap instead of getting the good stuff, potentially.
I don't necessarily think that. I'll admit that when I've got a slider set to somewhere in the middle, I'm trusting their algorithm to pick what is best for me. But
What is
I got to tell you.
What is best for you?
Well, hang on, Sri. But I've got to tell you, got to realize, Facebook is doing this now, and there's no way to set the volume on maximum.
Here's my
I can tell you how I use the biggest problem I have with the slider is that the default is not max. That I think is a big, big mistake on Google's part. Now I can, and setting on max by default goes back to the learning how to do things in addition and learning in a progression. You should start out by defaulting that you see everything. And then at some point you're going to say, whoa, there's just too much stuff in my stream. And you're going to turn to a friend and say, how do I cut this down? And they're going to say, oh, you didn't know about the slider? And that's when they teach you what you need to know, how to turn it off, how to turn it somewhere in the middle. That, I think, is an intelligent progression. I think it's a good example of an intelligent progression. But starting out in the middle, that's a mistake.
You said,
Well then, Alan, what if when you go to create the circle, because every time you create a new circle, you have to be given you have to type the name of it. What if there was an additional prompt that said, what would you like to set the volume of this circle?
I think that would also be a brilliant place for it. In fact,
put that in the show notes, Dan.
And in fact, one of the problems that I've got both with the slider and with how they manage what's visible in chat is the fact that both of those controls are nowhere near the circle controls. They're completely separate and divorced, and I think that's a big mistake. I think that's a really bad precedent that Google made in keeping all of those controls separate. Anything that has to do with the circle should be at the circle. You can put it elsewhere, but it should be at the circle.
I think there are two things for the show notes, Peter. One is that Alan and Oleg agreed on something, and the other thing is that Alan thinks you're a genius, which is,
Yeah, please do remark that on
key.
there. Thank you. Yeah.
Alan, since you mentioned what is best for you when you do a volume control.
Sriq, let me say one thing and then throw it to you.
Sure.
Hold your thought. Don't get an ADHD moment there.
Sure.
But I think that circles are key, or the volume slider and all that stuff is key, because that's one of the biggest disengagement problems we have is they go there and they don't find relevant content. Now, we can sort through and we'll discuss these things and go into great detail because we're tech geeks, but for Joe user or Sally user, it's a big deal when they don't find relevant content. And it should be, Facebook does it to the extreme and overdoes it. But they try to, their goal is to find the content that is most engaging to you and present that to you. And Google Plus hasn't quite gotten that right. Facebook may be overdoing it because we all know if you use Facebook that there are posts you miss because and you have to, like I said, I have to search out certain people I haven't talked to in a while, and I find all this interesting stuff that I've been missing because Facebook has been filtering it out. So they're the arbiter, and Google Plus is trying to figure that out, and this is a tough nut to crack, really. I'm not sure the best way to do it. We've come up with some great suggestions here tonight, but this is a problem, and it's a big problem that they really need to focus on, right? Because this is, I would say, a primary cause of disengagement from these folks that we see coming, and they've posted in July once or twice, and they didn't find anything that what I call the social return on investment for your time. What are your thoughts?
Was that directed to anyone in particular, Peter?
It's round robin. Go for it.
I mean, I think circles are the key, or one really good solution to solving the information overload problem, at the same time solving the finding out what's interesting problem. I think the problem and what they need to do is that the controls for circles are still a touch too difficult. I think they did a good job at the beginning, and I think they've made them more difficult over time, and we haven't found a good balance yet. What do you think, Sri?
I don't use volume control much, but I agree to the fact that you go in to actually do the volume control inside the circle may not be very intuitive. At the same time, I still think that, you know, if you, for that, to know that, since I don't use the volume control, I should know from you, when you actually say you do 50% of a particular circle, which you, what are you really doing? What are you really reducing there? And how does Google pick what is good for you?
Well, I counter that by asking you, how does Google pick what's good for you when you do a search on something? And the answer is, they're not going to tell you.
What I'm saying is it based on the number of comments or number of shares or the popularity of a particular post within that circle?
Sweet, they're not going to tell us. But
Okay.
Facebook doesn't tell us how they pick what the right articles are either. What they're both trying to do is they're trying to automatically separate the wheat from the chaff for us.
I think my approach in this scenario is, as I said, I have one circle which I follow all the people all the time, and I go there. Circle-wise, I mean, if you're following a lot of people, going to the mainstream can be really, you see a lot of unwanted stuff you see, you know. I mean, and without folding, without the amount of real estate it's going to take, it's really painful. If you're actually following just a bunch of people, just put them all in one circle, put the volume control to the highest, be happy. That's what I do. I'm not saying it's a very effective mechanism, the volume control, but it is something, and it's better than Facebook's.
It's ironic that and I want to move on to the rest. Let's bust out these topics because we're going crazy length here. But it's ironic that as much as we've complained about the 5,000 follow limit, you can only follow 5,000 people, and those of us with over 5,000 people who have circled us, you cannot follow them all back, right? But imagine how much this problem would be compounded if we could follow everybody back, and if Peter had 45,000 people in his circles, like you might do on Twitter, but trying to sort through this, you know, it becomes this hellish nightmare, and it's a problem. I mean, there is a list feature in Facebook that nobody uses, and the circle thing. I mean, all of us are guilty of this, right? This is spring cleaning. We haven't. I mean, Alan, come on, have you really, or Peter? I mean, we don't do a good job of this, of actually sorting through. It's kind of a hassle. And I wish it were less so.
I can tell you how most of my circles, for the most part, most of the people I follow are organized into 3 circles. Follow high, follow medium, follow low. Okay? And mostly what happens is I'll put a person in follow medium. If I start seeing their stuff more and more, I'll bump them up to high. And if I start seeing the stuff that, you know, they're posting is more annoying than anything else, I'll either remove them or put them into follow low. You know, that's a simple and fairly effective solution for me. Now, I've got a few circles that are grouped by topic, and those are mostly my send circles, not my receive circles, and all of those are set on high because I know I'm interested in those people. It's an interesting attempt at a solution that I think is actually pretty good. It's basically saying, look, if if you're the type that instead of going to your mainstream, because you've got too much stuff in your mainstream, if what you do usually is go to your list of circles, and you find that you're mostly going to the, these circles A, B, and C, and only occasionally going to circle D, and very rarely going to circle E, well, hey, that's a volume control. But it's up to you. Google is saying, hey, we can do this for you. At least we're going to try to do it for you.
And this doesn't sound like a great way to get the soccer moms who are on Facebook to come over here to Google+. Peter, any thoughts on this? And let's roll out here.
No, I think it's great that we can talk about the issues we're having in such great detail. It means the concept is there. It just needs a little fine-tuning.
And I'll say this, Peter. On your point that you're getting less engagement now because of this bug, I follow you, and you're in my Callers One circle, which has the highest slider, right? I rarely see your posts. The only time I see your posts is if I randomly check the What's Hot list and you have something up there, or if someone mentions me in a comment on one of your posts. Yeah. And that's a problem because I'm interested in what you post because you post a lot of, a wide variety of different things. But I shouldn't have to, and Linda, like sometimes Linda, I won't hear from her for a while, and then she'll randomly go to my stream, and I'll get a million comments and pluses and things from her, Linda Laurie, because she just happened to stumble upon it. But that's a problem because it's supposed to be social. It's not. You shouldn't be hidden. You know what I mean? Because we're friends, and you're part of the show, and I shouldn't have to make an effort to seek out your content and be at the same time I'm seeing content I'm not at all interested in my stream frequently.
Yeah. Here's what
that's the problem. How do they conquer this?
It seems like there's a bug. I think all of us agree there need to be good ways to make sure we see what we want to see less of what we don't care about. Hopefully this means that Google is working on exactly that, and hopefully they'll iron out these bugs really soon because it's really beginning to bug people, so to speak.
Pardon the pun. I know Oleg is trying to seek out a way that he can minimize all of my posts while maximizing everyone else's. All right, Alan, what do we got left here? We got some teases, or I guess some of that's been done. Vanity URLs, Google Drive. You want to hit the rest of these things? Let's do a machine gun round and then close it out with our final thoughts. And then just do sort of the after hangout, after party, for whoever wants to join us.
The comments, we've talked about the comments already. Vanity URLs are coming. I think we're going to take that up on a later discussion so Oleg and I can severely disagree with each other on it. Both of those were the stuff that came out of a Google presentation in Saudi Arabia. So we'll see how all that eventually evolves. A lot of rumors coming out about Google Drive, which is basically going to be a competitor to Dropbox, so everyone thinks. Rumors are saying that we'll be seeing that within the next couple of weeks.
Why would Google just release another one of these storage solutions if there are like a ton of them already out there? Usually Google betters what they do. Usually, right? So I think that if it's going to come out anytime soon, there could be some kind of integration with the existing services what Google has.
But see, here's the problem with the existing services out there is they're not social.
Right. No, I'm not just saying about social. I actually put this comment out there when I was having a discussion with all.
Was there sarcasm there, Peter? That sure looked like a sarcasm.
No. That's the thing. That's one of the fundamental problems with Dropbox is if I have project-oriented stuff and I have a circle of VIPs working on a particular project, if I can just share this file with a circle, we're starting to see how the social layer plays out for both personal, business, and extracurricular stuff. I
got a question for Peter or Alan or whoever. We use Dropbox because I have we have different locations, right? I have in Front Royal, I have our main office where we have a layout team, and then I have in Bentonville an inside sales department, and they're trying to share stuff back and forth. We're using Dropbox. Actually, it's a Google Docs question. Is there a way she can individually share a Google Doc with someone? Is there a way to make a folder or something where you can say that anything that I create and stick in this folder that my regular list of people can view this, or do you have to
You want to
automatically
add permission
share
to
each
a folder,
one?
it sounds like. And actually, I think Oleg is probably a great person to answer this, since I think he is the Google Docs expert. But I believe you can set permissions on a folder. I'm not positive on that, but I believe you can.
Okay, cool. All right, what else we got, Alan?
And then this is something that I know Oleg would really love if he were here. Unfortunately, he had to leave due to some problems on his
He has an
end, but,
important delivery issue with his business, and that takes priority over.
and it does. We understand. Sorry to see him go. But apparently, you are now able to view streams from specific games in Google Plus Games. This is a feature that I'm sure people who actually play games have been clamoring for. But I don't know any of them, so I really couldn't comment further.
Say that again. I didn't understand the functionality. View streams? What do you mean? I mean,
basically, as I understand it,
like status updates on games or whatever.
Right. It used to be that you had a single stream, a single game stream, and that was for every game that any of your friends dealt with. So even if you're not playing a game, and if I'm playing, if the only game I play is Edgeworld, and I check out my stream every so often because my other friends who are playing Edgeworld are commenting there, and you were playing something else like Zynga Poker, every post that you made would show up in my stream, in my game stream. But since I don't care about Zynga Poker, you're spamming me. So what this is saying is now I can see just a stream of my Edgeworld friends' posts, which I suppose is useful. And, if I was doing it, I am kind of surprised they didn't tie it to Circles, because that seems like a duplicate functionality to Circles. But what do I know?
Let me ask you guys about this, because I've noticed something that's interesting. For a while, okay, when the game thing first came out, I checked it out, and I played 5 minutes or whatever, and I don't think I've done anything with it since. I turned off game notifications because I didn't want to know how everyone was doing in some game I'm not playing. But I would still get notifications from certain users about their progress in some game that I'd never played or didn't know anything about. And that went for months. But lately I've noticed I'm not getting them anymore. Have any of you
shouldn't have
experienced
gotten them
that?
in the first place.
I believe there was a bug where we were getting them for a short while, but they did go away. I don't think there was much to that. I think it was a bug that was found and resolved.
Okay.
So from what Alan said, is it like they kind of elegantly resolved what Facebook had as a problem?
I wouldn't say that. Well, two things. First of all, the fact that there is a separate game stream, I would not consider an elegant solution to the problem.
Okay.
Second, I think the way they've now added this additional filter onto the game stream, I think is an even less elegant solution to the problem.
Okay. But it still doesn't show up on your mainstream, which is something a lot of people will like.
Was that like or would like?
Would like.
Yes, that's the problem, is you have to go to a separate game stream.
Yeah. I mean,
there are advantages and disadvantages to it, but I think it's a very inelegant solution to the problem.
Well, that may not be a good solution from their point of view, hopefully. I don't know.
Actually, I mean, from the game producers, they've already stated they don't like it. They find a lot less interaction and sharing on Google Plus than they did on Facebook. And at the Game Development Conference, they indicated that the games they have on both platforms, they're seeing a much, much higher rate of the viral nature of the games. They see that much more on Facebook than they do on Google Plus.
Is that also?
So they're pushing Google Plus to do something about it.
Well, if it all comes down to the bottom line, you never know. Google will have to do that.
I think Google will have to do something. I wish they had done it from the beginning, because changing it now, what they're going to get is a lot of bad press.
And of course, Google never gets bad press.
No.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just invite everybody again, and we're going to open this up. Do we have any final thoughts as we conclude this Google Plus week? Any Sarik, did you have a good week? Any?
Yes, Dan, I had a pretty good. We actually criticized Google more, or Google Plus more than.
Don't sound so excited, Sri.
No.
Yes, I had a really good week.
No, I'm saying is I was listening to initially. We had a great talk on Hangouts and the new API, and then suddenly we switched mode into complete criticism. And in fact, even Oleg was joining that, so it was very surprising. But overall, it was a pretty good one.
Okay. Peter, how'd your week go? Any final thoughts?
No, it's been a good week, and it's just exciting to see the new rollouts. Google consistently shipping new and new updates, which is great for people that do the type of work I do and helping other businesses learn how to use this, because there's always new information. So a little too early to write the book because the rules keep changing every day, but that keeps it fresh and exciting, Dan.
And your website again is?
It's petergmcdermott.com, and if I could plug tomorrow, we're going to be actually having one of the anchors from KRNV, Melissa Carlson, is going to be joining us to talk about actually using Hangouts for Google Plus on my podcast, How to Make It Work, which you can download on iTunes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Good. Get somebody excited about that. What's your website? Do you have a website, Sarik?
No, not like I only have a what's that, blog page with only one article in there. No, I don't do stuff. I don't
Just
do.
follow him on Google Plus. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a high-frequency blog publisher.
Yeah, Alan, and we're closing the official show, and we'll keep the Hangout open if someone wants to join us or whatever. Alan, any final thoughts?
One of the things I posted about today is we're seeing people doing more and more creative things with Hangouts. Hangout apps, I think, are going to be one of the big bridges to that. I think as we're, we do a lot of talking head stuff here. We see a lot of talking head Hangouts. I think more and more we're going to see Hangouts evolve to something way, way beyond that. And I'm really excited about not just apps, but about what that means when we go beyond the talking head Hangout. So that's exciting to me.
Well, go ahead, Sarik.
I just want to add that only with Hangout APIs being out, we are so excited. Just wondering, is Google going to do a complete API, or are they going to do release part by part?
We're going to talk. We need to. That's a nice conversation for another time, I think.
Okay.
We can pick that up after the show if you want.
Sure.
All right, there'll be a private post about that. Hey, I want to thank everybody for watching tonight live, and if you're watching on YouTube or the Justin Repeat or whatever, whatever platform, we really appreciate it. It's fun for all the folks here. We're all volunteers. We do this just to learn ourselves and to educate and to have a great conversation, a good time. So it was fun. It was interesting and really an exciting week for Google Plus as they rolled out the new apps, the recommended apps or featured apps, and the API system, and it all boils down to it was funny that famous post that went viral, that the engineer posted a thing, and he thought it was private, but it went public and it went crazy, and it was all the central theme was you need to build a platform, not a product, and I think Google Plus answered that today or this week. So good for them, and all the folks here have had fun playing with those apps, and some have been busy developing their own, and I tried one tonight. So it's exciting to see this. This is a game-changing week. It's part of the evolution of Google Plus into what we think it's going to evolve into, and the future will tell. So thank you very much for watching. Please comment. I read every comment. All of us do. We read all the comments on these things, and we really appreciate you joining us and giving us your time. And thanks so much, and have an excellent, excellent Google Plus week. And that's the show.
Dan, you got to get Keith Olbermann on here now. He's unemployed.
He's looking for a gig.
And then I think that engineer's post was a plant, probably.
I don't think Yigi's post was a plant.
Hey guys, I'm actually going to drop out. I've got to get a beer. Ariel's going to be home in a bit, so.
All right,
it was great talking to you, as always. Alan, you and I had a good night together.
Always a blast, Peter.
Peter, this was great. This was great. Thanks for joining us.
No, thanks for having me, Dan.
You had some great points. And I'm glad you agree with me on the stream thing.
Well, you know, and it's interesting because we all kind of have different uses for this space. You know, Dan, obviously yours most similar to mine. But, you know, then again, and that's why I liked having Jeff here, and Jeff really took the, wait a minute, I'm the regular user perspective. And that I think we need to kind of play off that a little bit more is, you know, my view is always going to be, how is this to be used by a business, and what are the problems with that, versus his is, well, when my mother-in-law gets here, it's fucking nuts, you know?
Mm-hmm. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. Even though the user base is close to, what, 150 million, there are a lot of people like you already trying to see how you can do business with this. A lot of people are in the beginning stages. And I don't think Google probably, you know, expected, 150 million users, but the kind of followership, the kind of people, the amount of people circling each other, that's sometimes, I think, overwhelming the original design. I always get that feeling. Everything with this.
Sorry, I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, the number of connections you can have is 150. That's been proven through a lot of sociology experiments. So the people that you can actually engage with actively is 150. So to be circling 5,000 is just counterintuitive.
Peter, and the other thing about what we do, like what Jeff was talking about, it does. I don't agree that it makes sense for them to put all of the things that we do to create a show, that like to try to create a mini Wirecast within Hangouts, because there are so few people who do this. It would be a waste of their time, and most of us have. There are workarounds.
Well, Dan, my personal guess, and I apologize that I kept dying during that part, is that you're going to see at least kind of a poor man's version of all of those in Hangouts. So, for example,
they'll be like lower thirds and things like that.
Right. You'll see lower thirds. You'll see the picture-in-picture, but that other picture has to come from another feed. So, you know.
Yeah, but don't you think it's a niche thing? I mean, most people aren't trying to do, you know, a professionally produced video product for mass consumption. I mean, there aren't that many people doing that.
I've got one word for you. YouTube.
Yeah, but those guys do that. I mean, YouTube doesn't. Well, I guess they do have, like, they've introduced the editor and they've tried to make it easier. But it's like
more to the point, Dan.
The highest priority for them right now.
What YouTube has told people is you don't need a television network to make movies anymore. You can make the movies and distribute them and profit from them through us.
And frankly, if you look at the top YouTube videos, they get far more views than many shows you see on cable television.
Do you know, and I was talking to Melissa, I was consulting with her today, and that's one of the things I said. I said, do not check with your legal department, beg for forgiveness before asking for permission, but if you want your videos to be social, you want them to be shared and embedded on different profiles, you have to put your webcast on your webpage as a YouTube video. You can't go with this third-party crap, and you can't go with the proprietary system.
You are so right, because you can't embed it everywhere. People are used to the YouTube thing. Oh my God, I hate these third-party.
When you go with proprietary for a local affiliate, you're fucked. Those videos, nobody will ever watch them. They don't even know how to watch them.
But Dan, here's the thing. What YouTube has told people is you can be a movie producer. What Hangouts are telling people is that you can be a news producer.
That's true, but okay, I totally agree with Peter. I hate when I go to like Mashable and they have their own special player or something, right? Instead of embedding a YouTube video. The problem is, for a local news site like in Nashville, they can charge. You can make more money from local ads than you can from national ads if you divide it up locally. In other words, someone talked to me when Don Imus was coming up, and the radio station was like $50,000 a year for the station, whatever. But he said basically, like for Rush or Hannity, Imus, those guys, the big radio shows, you could buy a national spot for like $8,000, something like that. If you bought just New York City or the DC station, you might pay $2,000 here, you might pay $4,000 here. It might be literally hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a spot on every single station that it runs on. But to buy the network, which is going to air to the exact same audience, you're only paying $8 $8,000. So it's dramatically cheaper to buy the network, and that's the problem. See, with if you do YouTube, you can monetize it and you can make your pennies, you know. But if you have a local TV station and you're doing stuff and you call the local car deal and you make a deal, you can make more money that way. And so that's why they do it, because they have control there.
But Dan, that's it. Hangouts as a democratizing feature aren't for the local news stations. I'm sorry to tell both you and Peter this. In the same way that YouTube wasn't for the big studios or even the little studios. Therefore, the guy who starts out therefore the guy who used to be on public access cable and who now can just publish to YouTube instead. There are whole studios that are starting up focused around producing YouTube serials. And they're doing it on next to no budget.
Okay, but stop that for a second and take a look at Twit. I hate talking about it. I learned a lot from it, okay? It was way before its time when Ziff Davis decided they were going to invest in a TV station, right?
You mean ZD, not...
Oh, I'm getting there. Hang on. ZD, that's...
you said Trit.
I said what?
You said
Trit.
No, I'm getting to Twit. Oh, no. It's all related,
okay.
Right?
Okay.
So Ziff Davis was way ahead of their time when they started this, and then we saw some other investors wanted to get in it and turned into Tech TV. Finally, they folded it up, turned it over to Comcast in a neat package, which is G4, which is fairly successful. Tech TV wanted it to be a 24-hour technology news broadcasting channel, and I think there's a market for that. Leo Laporte was trying to tap into it. So what did he do? He bought a very small cottage in the wine country, right? He bought a small cottage. IP video, right? We're talking about, Alan, what you just said is some guy from his bedroom can sit here and host a news show, right? It's supposed to be that simple. Well, that's supposed to be different than these big studio productions. But what did Leo end up doing? He ended up getting $1.5 million to build a studio and make a big production out of it so he could be more successful with it. So the question is, do these two merge at a certain point where there's a fine balance between IPTV and studio production quality? Because I'll tell you, as I do more and more shows, I'm improving my graphics, I'm improving my audio, I'm improving my lighting, and I'm improving the overall production quality of my event. I was sitting here today talking to Melissa, and I was thinking, wow, these interviews I'm doing, I bet people are really sick of seeing me sitting here. It would be a lot more exciting if I was out somewhere else.
Well, here's kind of a question that I asked a while ago, and I don't remember it. It kind of boils down to, what do you want Google's, if you think of a Hangout, not just as a way to do 10 people, but as your producer, basically, and your producer is sitting at a control board, and it's going to do a whole bunch of things for you, what are you going to expect from it? And at some point you're going to start expecting it to do chroma key without the chroma key, and at some point you're going to start expecting it to do picture-in-picture, and there are these things that more and more you're going to have these tools automatically able to do the more sophisticated things for you. Leo Laporte got started on this at a time when they weren't there. Sorry, I missed that, Peter.
No, I like the idea of them being the simmered down, the junior version.
Right.
Because it's just like when I use Sony Vegas to do my chroma keying, I only have two sliders where I get to change the tolerance on the above and on the positive and the negative. But if I was using Avid, I would have many more controls to fine-tune the chroma on that. So I like the notion that, yeah, there's going to be some simple tools on here to do a very basic 5 font choice, just the way Google Docs works. Google Docs is great if you want to type stuff and have a spell check. But if you really need to manipulate documents and design documents and use them in a workspace, it's not practical. Right. So I like what you're talking about. Give anybody the illusion that they have the opportunity to create what they want, and then learn from there on how to do it on a more professional basis. Then yes. Right. But would you ever be able to monetize that or have a successful channel doing that? Very unlikely.
Well, except for the fact that I think you've got that. I mean, the YouTube model says and shows that there are going to be people who start making money on the incredibly, incredibly low-end budget productions And then they start moving into the higher end productions and
exactly.
make money.
Okay, good. We agree. There's a growth chart there because I'm seeing that
yes.
too.
Yes.
My income's starting to grow from YouTube. My viewership's growing. My subscribership's growing. And as I do that, I'm reinvesting. I take whatever I make from YouTube and multiply it by 1,000 times and put that into the production.
Right.
Yeah, no, there is a growth curve there. And that's why you see, like, here, if you guys have 2 seconds to watch, let me link you to this. Actually, I can just broadcast it in the Hangout. Here, we'll do this. Here. So, like, you know, when I started out doing G+ interviews in my podcast, I started doing it with Wirecast and realized that was a train wreck, and it wasn't really actually good for my brand, so I started doing this. Hey, I'm Peter G. McDermott, and this week on How to Make It Work, a very special guest from KRNV in Reno, Nevada. Melissa Carlson joins us. Melissa, how are you?
Doing good. Very excited. You know, trying to get everybody up on G+ and how they should use it, and especially when it comes to our local news, and we're working on it.
So, Melissa, you've got a little bit of a show there that is interactive with your viewers online. Tell us a little bit about that.
That's an interesting
solution. Monday through Friday, I should say, at 11 o'clock Pacific. We are basically taking stories that are trending around some of the weirder ones. We kind of like it that way. And we throw it into one location, which we call Cyber Studio, and we basically have G+ers just kind of go at it. It gets a little rowdy at times, but it is tons of fun. And then we do a little bit of G+ on our noon show, which is always a good time.
Well, very cool. If you want to learn more about Melissa and her show, join it. So anyway, I mean, the idea there was like I started out small, but now I'm noticing that you really do have to spend the time in editing and putting the production quality into growing, because people have to think, oh, there was money put into this, which means it should have intrinsic value just based on the investment that was put into creating it.
Right. And,
yeah, but whenever you do it post-production, you know, it looks better, you know, than...
Right, and I think that's where it's almost silly. We saw Scoble did the interview with the first cloud-based video editing platform. I would be really interested to see how that works, because it's hard enough to do it native on client. I mean, if you have an Avid Pro system and you actually have the hardware to real-time render all that stuff, then, I mean, you've got a $20,000 box with, you know, controls and everything to do that. But for the home user, there's a big gap between Windows Movie Maker and Final Cut Pro. There's a big gap there. And Sony Vegas and you know, and Premiere get really, really close to the Avid Final Cut Pro, but you know, there's that void. It'll be interesting to see how close to the prosumer side the future cloud-based editing platforms get.
Yeah, but what happens is, you know, at least from what I do, you find different software that does different things well, right, for your budget, and then you can enhance it after with Vegas or whatever you want to do. So, you know, like you said, you tried Wirecast, and that's a little bit, you know, using the Hangouts, like you said, is hard to do. But once the Hangouts allow for virtual camera and the Wirecast allows for virtual camera, then you know, you kind of get this kind of thing that's mixed together that, you know, kind of works, and then you put it into production, it can look really slick, you know, like a TriCaster almost.
Yeah, and the other thing is having the dedicated hardware. Dan, do you have a Blackmagic Design HDMI capture?
I have. I don't use. Hang on one sec. I got too many things going on. I have. I do have HDMI, but I don't use it because I do the show in SD because it's easier to stream it that way, and but I use I guess component capture in a Intensity Pro card.
Okay.
So I'm bringing in like 3 RCA plugs from my main video feed. The HDMI looked slightly better, but it bogged down my computer because it was so resource heavy. If I dumbed it down in the camera to 480p and then brought it in with 3 cables, it was less CPU intensive. And when you're streaming to Justin and to a Hangout and bringing in all this Hangout stuff, I wanted to minimize that overhead. And it still works. It's okay. I mean, if you blow it up full screen, you'll see, you know, it's not perfect. It doesn't look like broadcast television HD by any stretch, but, you know, it's pretty good.
There is a difference between multitasking and recording a show, though. You know, if you're going to record a show with high quality, you can get by without, you know, you could probably do the HDMI into your system and record only, not broadcast. You know, and just do it that way, and then you do the aftermarket kind of production stuff.
Yeah, but Dan doesn't do any NLE, so his production is a lot more streamlined, and that was the whole point of Wirecast, was to eliminate NLE.
Oh yeah,
that's
definitely.
the thing, though, Peter. It's like this. In your case, I don't know how many hours you spend making some slick video, right? And it's worth it because I mean the end product is awesome, right? In my case, once I was done, I clicked upload, and I'm 20% already uploading. I'm still in the Hangout talking to you guys, right? I'm already 20% done uploading my video to YouTube for the show tonight.
And you already have the metadata done for it?
I've got I mean, I'm going to copy the thing and paste it in there, and it'll be up and done. And with your approach, you would be 4 days editing a video this long. And I've done it too, so I know.
No, because what I'll do, and here's the thing. The great thing about on-demand video is it's a lot different than broadcast video in terms of what you would do in live production. In live production, you'd have the lower thirds popping up every time you come back from a commercial break and throughout the broadcast, so people just tuning in would know who's talking. With on-demand, you really only have to pop those lower thirds in the beginning, and then I sprinkle them a couple times towards the end for people that scrub through. So really, I'll design the first lower third, copy and paste, and then throw it up on everybody like 5 or 6 times at random. That takes me 4 minutes tops, right? And so these are all things you have to do pre-production before you start the show. I just happen to be doing in post-production. I'll throw my bumper in on the beginning, throw my bumper on the end, and then maybe throw in a couple screenshots. So the actual time spent doing the NLE is maybe 15 minutes max, which what I would imagine your pre-production is if you designed lower thirds for all of us and have that quality, which you can do with Wirecast. But where I get nailed is when I go to render and then upload.
Yeah, but see,
that's where you get. That's the problem. See, when I'm done, I hit stop. Like tonight, I said, thanks so much. Have a great Google Plus week. Click. I can immediately upload that file to YouTube. It's 1.3 gigs for tonight, and it'll take, it says 35 minutes remaining. So I've no post. With Wirecast, also there's this Wirecast toolkit thing. You should really revisit it. It's more stable now, but don't get the newest release. It sucks. Get the one release
It's more
back.
stable, just don't get the new stuff.
Yeah.
Right. It's stable with an asterisk.
Yeah, I can't.
But stable, but not that stable.
Yeah, but like when I did the lower thirds, and I've got to redo them because it was just they worked great, but they were too big. I mean, it was like I'm Dan McDermott.
That's what I hated about Wirecast. I was having to go into Photoshop and make my own lower thirds, and I couldn't edit the text over them with the CryGen. And in Wirecast, I had to go into Photoshop and edit my own lower thirds there, and that's what I didn't like. That's what threw me over the edge, was not being able to customize text overlays on a blank lower third.
You can do it if you don't have an animated one. I chose to edit them all in Vegas because I wanted to have them. I had an animated lower thirds. In fact, let me see. I can do one right now. Let me see here. I mean, I don't know if I got. I'll go to Alan and I'll show. I've still got the lower thirds thing set up.
Wait, where are you? Are you on Justin?
If you're on Justin, let me see.
Hang on, let me find a link to it.
All right, Justin.tv/Dan McDermott. I'm surprised you don't have it as your default homepage, Peter.
No, but I do have a Google alert anytime your name gets mentioned.
All right, I will. Oh dear, that could that could be for better or worse. All right, so I'm gonna do a thing here. I'll go to my main shop.
I'm still. It's gonna be like 10 minutes. I hate this interface. Have you thought about switching to live stream?
I use live stream. It doesn't do the
because their Facebook integration is pretty slick.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna click on this, and here it goes. It's gonna play it here, and you see it's just too big. It works great. But you can work.
Why do you have that in 3x4?
What do you mean?
lower third's formatted for 3x4. You should have it in 16:9. Because all your playback's going to be widescreen.
No, that is the lower third is accurate. It's just I chose the wrong one. I didn't realize how large it really was. But there's a different set. Just go to Video Hive and buy for like $5 a good, animated lower third, and then just edit it in Vegas, because I basically have all the same people. I mean, I have 20 people who are regulars, and then you have an occasional person, and if you don't have a lower third for them, that's the deal. They came in randomly, and I welcome them, but they're not a regular, and so it's okay that I didn't have a placemat for them on the table already because they were an unexpected but welcome guest. But make it, if they become a regular, make them a lower third. I mean, it's half an hour to make them for everybody. I just I was busy and I haven't done it up, but I'm gonna redo it and make it smaller. But let me do it again. I'll just show you just what I'm talking about. I'll go to my single shot, and then I can I just have to click on my name, and
you can reposition that to cut off like the bottom third of it.
Yeah,
I can make it smaller. I can make it whatever.
The weak there, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a ping image.
It shows up really low resolution though, Dan. I'm just telling you from my stream, you're showing up at least 480 lines, but that was showing up like it was 240 lines.
But you're looking on Justin?
Yeah, it's showing up really pixelated versus your image.
Well, let me look at let me see
actually,
if I can
yours
just
might be
reduce it.
pretty pixelated, but
let me see. Let me check it out, Dan. Let me check it out for you.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it shows up really pixelated. I've got you full screen on a 20-inch screen, and they're like quarter-inch pixels.
All right, let me see if
and I understand what you're saying, Jeff and Dan, about Wirecast, but my thing is, and I'm reaching out to Blackmagic right now to get the ATM television studio. I'm trying to see if they're going to give me a loaner unit in exchange for putting their name on my stuff. Yeah, it's cut off though, but yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
That was big. That was too. I was trying to
do
reduce
it again,
but
Dan.
I'd have to play with it. But yeah, good luck on that. I mean, yeah, those guys.
See, I hate that. This thing sucks.
Let me do yours. Who got here? Jeff. Let me do Jeff.
What do you think, Jeff?
I mean, it's just not practical. Let me get Jeff's full screen.
Let me actually
ready,
see
Jeff?
if she emailed me back yet. It's Friday. Hopefully next week I'll hear from her.
Yeah. It's you could scale that. It looks okay though. Here, I got to turn off the. I'm looking at that thing. It's killing me. But it is see, that is a big lower third. That is big.
Yeah, that's designed for a 3x4 too.
Here's Shriek.
But you're using the toolbox, right?
No, this is just in Wirecast. No, right now I'm clicking, but if I could easily use it as toolbox, and I did when I actually used them. I just have these shots still sitting here from that show when I did it.
Yeah.
But I'm using toolkit like right now, Peter. If you're watching the Justin feed, right now I've got in Wirecast, I've got my chroma key going on, right, and then so I've got the logo in the front, and then I've got me in front of a chroma, just to show you, for anyone watching who cares about this, I'm actually in front of a green screen. But when you look at it on the, the fancy whatever, it's pretty background because it's filtering the green out. And then I have the logo there, right? And you see I'm cut here because I cropped my shot. But what I can do is with the toolkit, I can just hit on my keyboard here. I can hit 1, 2, or 3. Like I'm going to bring in, I'll bring in Peter, okay? And I'm just going to bring in Peter, I'm just going to hit 2, and it puts him to my side. And then I want to bring Peter full screen, and watch, I'm going to hit 3.
Yeah, I need to buy you a wireless numpad. That's what I was using.
Oh, this works
That
fine.
way I kept it on my lap. I just kept it on my lap or, moved it around wherever I needed to have it.
Yeah, I'm going to get one. I just I haven't bothered to do it yet. I mean, they're cheap. They're $20.
Well, hey, guys, I've really got to go. I got to see if I won the
Peter,
Mega Millions.
great having you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Peter,
Thanks.
pleasure as always.
Yeah. I'm not going to promise to share anything with anyone if I win, but
There you go.
have a great night.
I think I won.
All right, see you guys.
Hey, Dave,
Find me
you
a
know
better
what?
chroma key background.
What I ended
Peter
up
will-
doing was taking my number pad and actually
Yep.
putting little labels on it.
That's exactly what I was saying. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Hi, Peter.
All right, have a good one. Alan, welcome back.
Yeah, I found a bug.
A rare bug in
You guys.
Shriek, what are you eating? We can hear it, but we can't see it.
I have myself muted. It's almost done. Have you ever tried biryani?
Biryani, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it what is it?
Come on, Dan. You lived in Pakistan, for God's sake.
I lived in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India.
So you should know biryani like anybody else in India.
Biryani? I don't remember that name.
I'm gonna type
Is it a
here.
curry?
No, it's not.
It's like it's an eggplant, right? Is that the one?
No. This I can't show you. I finished it. 1 second.
He'll be able to show us in a couple hours.
No,
Based
hold
on
on.
the usual processing rate of Indian food. But
You
like
guys, I can't imagine that you guys don't know biryani.
Yeah.
biryani?
Hold on.
What's in it? Just tell me. And
I don't know it by that name anyway. But,
You spell it. 'Cause, like,
yeah, I was going to say I read dishes more than hear them.
I typed it in. Hold on. Click this link. Click this link.
Okay, again, we're catering to the Hangout audience instead of the.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna
so it's rice.
I'm gonna post it in the comment as well.
Let me look here. I've got it on the screen here for Justin and everything. Okay, what's in it? It's rice based with egg.
Anything. Chicken, you say mutton, you can make it with it.
Yeah.
Mutton is pork or lamb. Lamb.
Goat. Mutton is goat.
Explain to me the difference between a lamb and a goat, Shriek.
Well, we don't really call it a lamb in India, so I don't know, honestly. But I think goat tastes better.
Is there a difference? I know, okay, a lamb is a baby sheep, right?
Yes. But that's not what exactly we're eating. We are also eating adult sheep, right? It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if there's some pig slime mixed in there?
Okay.
Do a Google search for lamb versus goat.
That's what I did.
This is not a pressing issue. I was just making conversation. I mean, this is not like...
Sheep101.info. I kid you not.
Oh my God, I imagine it's a naughty site that we can't show, right?
I actually don't think that's a naughty site.
I think Klauser has it bookmarked.
Raising sheep and goats.
And just to add more info on biryani, it's perverse. I mean, it's around everywhere in the Southeast Asia, Middle East. You know, you go to. Haven't you seen these pictures where a lot of Arabs are sitting around a huge table and eating rice or whatever from the same dish? The huge. You guys haven't seen that?
George, post on the comment thread. Biryani is a style of cooking, a cuisine.
No. Well, I have probably had more biryani than George, but he's more or less right in some senses, but it's basically made out of rice. And then you can mix anything. It's quite spicy.
If it's a mix anything, then I can kind of guess. I can kind of understand why he says it's a cuisine.
He's right in some senses, but it's such a widespread thing. You know, it's
yeah, that's called a cuisine.
Okay.
Is it a not a throwaway food, but is it like a soup or I mean, is it a way to use leftovers? Like you make a mainly rice dish and whatever you got left over, you throw in there and you spice it up and it's delicious. You know what I mean?
If you actually take a look at it, look like a Chinese fried rice, but mostly tastes much different.
Has you got probably like cumin and all the Indian things that make up curry?
See, this is not just Indian.
It's the stir fry of India.
Yeah, probably. It's not even just Indian, so that's why I can't just say it's like an Indian thing.
My dogs are fighting next to me here.
And I have some.
Sorry, playing.
It's probably a little too spicy for you anyway.
What are you trying to say? We can't handle, serious curry?
I think you can handle spicy, but I don't know that you can handle hot.
I could handle it. I used to, living in India, I love spicy food. Like stuff
See, that's what I'm
a
saying.
hole in your socks.
I think there's a difference between spicy and hot.
What do you mean?
See, if you put all these spices, cardamom, pepper, there are tons of spices in India, right? They're going to add flavor to your food, right? But if you're going to add a lot of chili, or, chili powder or whatever.
Good Indian food, you've got to have paper towels handy, because you're sweating because it's so hot and spicy. It's good stuff.
But you go to New York restaurant, none of those Indian restaurants have. It's all catered to American public. So
they dumb it down. No, I don't like that. I don't like the, like something will say, it's warning, hot and spicy, and it's like medium to mild, it's a joke. I want to know I'm eating something spicy if I'm eating something spicy.
You don't want to try that.
Good Indian food, you're breaking into a sweat right at the dining table.
That's a problem with all types of, ethnic food, whether it be Chinese or, Indian or, they just, if you eat some sort of fruit in America and then you go to that food's home country, it's not going to be at all the same.
Mexican's a good example. Chinese, but then China's not a little place,
If I eat the fish curry my mom makes, it's like really spicy and hot, you eat it and you're like, it kicks you, So that is kind of what they think is the satisfaction coming out of you. It kills you. I can't handle it anymore after coming and having your supposedly more blander food,
The thing I found, we've lived in rich countries. I lived in St. John's Wood in London, which is like one of the richest places in the world. I was born in Japan, and I've lived in Bangladesh and in Monrovia, Liberia, the poorest places in the world. So I've seen both, and I can tell you that the food, typically, the street food is always the best. Wherever the workers go to eat, when you see a line of like regular workers, that's the place you want to eat, right?
If not hygienic.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And you find that the poorer countries, which at the time India was, but it's come a long way as they do a lot of, they've grown a lot. But at the time, Bangladesh especially was not what I would call a first world rich leading country economically, but the food is amazing because your average restaurant wouldn't cater to just the tourists. They would cater, or the embassy people, they would cater to the regular folks, and they didn't have a lot of money, so they would have not the fanciest meats or whatever, and they would have to make it taste good. And so what those folks can do with spices is unbelievable. They can make it like American soul food, some of the most flavorful, delicious food in the world out of necessity, And a lot of soul food comes from the slavery days, the black mark on American society, when they would get the leftovers and scraps and stuff, and they would have to make it taste good. And so they would learn how to spice it up. And so you end up now that the stuff's better quality ingredients, and you got that wonderful flavoring spices and stuff. It's just this delicious stuff. But I hate how they dumb everything down for Americans.
I just want to say something here briefly. I want to know why George doesn't actually join the Hangouts, because his comments.
He does, and when he does, he doesn't talk. He types in the chat room.
His latest one is, hot can be handled easily. You just need two things: cold beer and to keep the toilet paper in the fridge.
I won't argue
really
on either
join
one.
us.
He doesn't
I
want to
love
join?
George Cozy. George Cozy is we all of us, I think, promote him because he's so witty and fun, and he's so intelligent, and he'll write these little. Sometimes he'll write. He usually writes short stuff. He doesn't share many things, but he'll just write these little observations, and they're just like these nuggets of wisdom that I just adore. And every chance I get, I try to promote him. You should. Everyone who's watching this now or in the future should follow George Cozy, who none of us have ever actually spoken to or with.
I can
right?
picturize him with a wide grin right now as he's watching this.
You think he's got a sombrero and he's sipping some suds and he's afraid to come on camera?
Cigar. No, George is a cigar guy.
Oh, is it?
Cigar guy? Like
I
Rush,
thought
right?
it was a pipe. No, I thought it was a pipe.
Oleg is back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think everyone had dinner.
Oleg had to rush out to host his AM talk radio show sponsored by Gold and Storable Foods and somewhere to hide when Janet Reno comes to take your guns.
So, Oleg, what's
He had to scoot out.
what's going on with your phone, man?
My phone?
Yeah, it was whistling.
Notice it was all because I had tons of orders. Whenever I get an order from the system, it makes the whistling noise.
That's the sound of money.
Tonight.
I guess the economy is picking up in Seattle.
Well, see, the people are ordering from restaurants. Yeah, tonight, I mean, we don't have every night like this, but tonight was definitely, we had, I don't know, like in the evening we just had like, 10 or 11 orders, something like that. That's all.
No, is that...
Why don't you make it a cash register sound? Ching.
Yeah.
Every time you get an order, right? That's what it is, right?
Yep.
I mean, that'd be accuracy in audio.
Anyway, somehow
Those are
they...
good names. Accuracy in audio. Someone don't get that domain quick. Accuracyinaudio.com. Yeah. You can make a whole thing.
Anyway, so I had to run out and do a delivery, so I'm done. Sorry.
No,
but you're not...
What'd they order?
Are you providing the service for that?
My site called Takeout Online is for ordering online, so it's a service for restaurants.
But
are you last year we started doing deliveries, so I got a delivery driver who does deliveries also.
Jeff, let me ask him, what was the food order? Because already Sarik got us hungry because he was eating this flavorful, delicious Indian cuisine and didn't offer any of us any of it.
I got one Indian restaurant that I think you'd like. Very nice.
So, but what was the delivery? What was the order?
It was sushi from Japanese restaurant.
So it's like Waiters on Wheels kind of thing?
Man.
Except Takeout Online sounds a lot more, professional.
Oh, is it like, what's that website called?
It's like Grubhub, yeah.
No, there's one around here called Waiters on Wheels.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them around.
In New York City, we have something called Seamless Web.
Right, exactly. Seamless, there's a bunch of them.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm not as big as them, because if I was, I wouldn't be doing the show. But, yeah.
Well, hey, Alan, did you actually speak about the API question I asked? Like, how they're going to come up with the next releases, or?
Oh, no, okay, so ask your question again. No, we haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah, I mean, do you think they're going to have a staged release, or they're going to have a... What are they really doing here? I mean, now you can't really accuse Google that they didn't release anything, right?
I got to check my Lotto numbers. Peter just posted them.
Yeah, that's good. Actually, Alan, I was going to ask you, do they plan to put something out there with just like what you were talking about, simple snippets of code for examples like every single function that they have? Here's an example of how you would use it. I mean, that would be tremendously helpful to everybody who's learning how to do all this stuff. Alan?
He's listening.
Froze again.
Thinking.
It came back this time.
Okay, it came back.
Did they do what? Start over again, Oleg.
Well, basically, what would be really helpful is going back to your theme, and I think it's what Srik is talking about. It would be really helpful for newbies who are not necessarily development newbies, but newbies to this thing, is to have small pieces of code showing every single function as examples. This is how you use the get avatar function. This is how you use clear avatar function.
Maybe they should have a drag and drop.
It doesn't have to be drag and drop, just examples. I mean, I dropped one line, simple line, using get avatar, and the thing wouldn't work. So, you just have some examples that will make it so much easier to learn how to do this stuff.
Their development documentation leaves a lot to be desired.
But
they have the sample scripts out there, though, right?
Yeah, but Oleg's point is that their sample scripts aren't always really good examples of showing you how to use parts of their code.
Not in a tutorial way.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in any way. Yeah. I mean, because not in a code stealing way either. Because then you get worried that,
copy paste won't work. Right?
Yeah.
Right. If you don't steal the whole thing and you change, Oleg's point is if you go and change one line, everything mysteriously breaks and you don't know why.
Right.
I see that a lot on websites when I'm trying to learn something. I've stolen a chunk of code and then I need to make one change and hey, it suddenly stops working and I have no idea why. I've got a lot of mixed feelings about it. I don't know. I think they need to provide better documentation, and as part of that documentation, they need to provide better code snippet samples.
Yeah, but that's why they have to move more to the object-oriented thing.
It is object-oriented.
Well, did you use the Android Inventor app?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's oh man, I did like 2 apps. It was like so simple.
Right, but if you probably did something that was fairly relatively simple, Jeff. If you want to do something really involved,
thanks. But you can't even. I mean, I'm just talking about coming up with a frame and passing an email message. I don't know. It's something you got to do.
Right. No, you're right. That's exactly
store information, send it.
Here's the thing. I mean, the Hangout API and a bunch of their other APIs start out by assuming you have a certain level of knowledge. They assume that you know HTML5. They assume you know JavaScript. They assume you understand these things. And you can, there's only so far, that's their basic level of assumption. And from there are things they can do to improve their documentation and sample code still. But, they're assuming you've got developers here.
Look at the link I posted, okay? This is obviously an unrelated language, but there's a language called Rebel, which is actually a very cool language for developing stuff. And this is an example where they have this little gallery where they show you these little, they call them Reblets, kind of like after applets, but this is called Rebel, so it's Reblets. Right. And they show an example of what it does, show an example of what the program does, and then you have a button for source. And then you can see they're really tiny. Like for example, calculator is only 1.2K in terms of source code, and it shows you exactly. So if you had a bunch of these tiny little examples using a particular function, here's how you do a color table, or how you do a tile game, or something like that. I think that would be tremendous in terms of people learning how to do different things. It doesn't have to be anything super complex. Just showing how to use each particular function.
They just need they need a manual. I mean, I learned I know you guys don't think I know anything, but I actually wrote entire transaction processing systems in something called Progress, and a whole business development system. And, it takes, you have to spend the time, you have to read the manuals, you have to go to a class, you got to do those things. And, you're just not going to get it from someone sending you a snippet of code, and you can copy and paste it and do the exact same thing.
It's not so much copy and paste it shows you how it does a particular thing, how you use a function, and then you take it from there, and then you extrapolate it to your own program. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you, but when you like go, for example, in code in Oracle, right, or what I was coding in Progress, or even COBOL, or whatever I used to do, right?
Right.
There's a ton of books on it. You take a class, and they just
need but API is a different beast. It's not a programming language. It's a different beast.
Yeah, but it's.
What I don't understand is why did you call it object-oriented, Alan?
What?
You said it's object-oriented, right?
No.
It is object-oriented.
I said they should make it object-oriented. Yeah. So it is.
Jeff said that, but you said it's. Alan said it's object-oriented.
It is object-oriented.
I mean, the Hangout API.
Yeah, the Hangout API is object-oriented. Right?
Yeah, it's got classes, it's got functions. That's what I mean.
It's got classes, it's got methods on those classes, it's got attributes on those classes.
But same thing, sure.
What language?
JavaScript.
You're saying object-based.
Okay, Srik. It's not true object-oriented. Yes.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it is Okay, let's not go there. Forget it.
You want to debate what object-oriented is and what it isn't? Sure, we can debate that.
No, I'm saying is.
We'll lose, but sure, we can debate that.
No, let's have a JavaScript debate later.
No, but it's okay. Just because JavaScript is not a true quote-unquote object-oriented, officially object-oriented language, that doesn't mean that they can't.
I can make arguments that Java isn't an object-oriented language.
I'm not saying that anything out there is a really pure object-oriented language, but if you look at JavaScript, if you look at the fundamental concept of OOPS, does it always do all that? I mean, just JavaScript can do inheritance, everything?
Yes. Yes, yeah, JavaScript does inheritance.
Encapsulation,
including a script, right?
What?
How do you extend a function?
How do you extend a function? What do you mean? You have prototypical inheritance. You have prototypical object-oriented inheritance.
Okay.
And you can argue that that's not object-oriented inheritance in the same way that Java is, and you'd be right, but so what?
You're saying for all practical purposes, it is object-oriented.
I'm not even saying for practical purposes. I'm saying it is object-oriented.
Okay.
But it's not. It doesn't really matter. The bottom line is we have classes and we have functions, or as you guys in object-oriented call it, methods. So it's all there, and that's how you call it. It's just like in object-oriented. The problem is, like I said, it's not. We're talking about the basic, like Jeff was talking about. You can just get manuals. Yeah, you can get manuals in JavaScript, but that's not going to help you with Google Hangouts API. Okay.
Why is that so bad? I mean,
the documentation is pretty bad.
But how did you figure it out then?
I read the documentation.
Exactly.
And
there's an example of how to put the goggles and stuff. There's script out there that you can look at. They have four different scripts, right? One to put a button on there.
That's how I figured it out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are they using any third-party library like jQuery or something?
No, but you can use jQuery if you want.
Do you
basically, from what Alan said, you can drop into whatever you can put in an iframe. You can put in the Hangout API code. Correct me, Alan, if I'm wrong.
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, I use CoffeeScript to write this, which compiles into JavaScript. But it doesn't matter, and I use their libraries. It's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
The library is not a terribly extensive library. There's not much.
Right. There's not many that
really does.
I was telling Oleg yesterday that I should look at the documentation and try to write something.
You should, because it's not, like Alan says, there's only maybe 40 different attributes, or what I'm calling attributes, calls, classes. It's not that many.
My inspiration is Alan.
I inspire people, yes.
Yeah.
Except I don't think is inspiring is going to fit into my little test.
Yeah, I just don't have an idea about, I mean, I can program something. I just don't know what people want or something like that.
What do you want?
That's what I'm trying to think. I was telling Oleg exactly the same thing. What would I want in here?
I mean, I'll be honest. I got a list of 6 programs that I want to work on. 7, 8. I've got a ton of things that I want to do in Hangouts. And I think several of them will be really, really cool. The caption one just happens to be the one that I was developing last and had gotten the most developed before it went live. So that's why it goes up first.
It's pretty good, actually.
And there are a ton of ideas that I have to enhance this even. This is just the first thing that I wanted to do.
I like the way it works together with the facial identification. It's actually
tracking.
Face tracking. It's amazing.
But partially that's part of the problem is we were trying to talk with Alan about how about if we just want to stick it on the screen at a particular point and
they're not giving you that function. There's no function call for that.
Well,
you can't
stop it.
Track the eye. There's no function.
It only tracks the face.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't just overlay it somewhere and just leave it there.
I can have it overlay my face, and that's it. I mean, technically, this is overlaying my left eye. My left eye. Yeah, my left eye.
And it's
going. I told it to offset from that left eye some distance.
Well, to me, it looks like it's doing your right eye, not left eye.
Well, that's because I offset it the correct distance
on the other side. I see.
Yeah.
But that's where the API is limited, right? I mean, it's not like put an
Right,
object.
exactly.
Right? You know, that's the problem. And
Well, I wouldn't say it's a problem, but it is a limitation, and it's a limitation.
Yeah, they have to expand on it.
And it's a limitation we've brought up with them, and they've said that they'll look at that.
When I talked to Chichu about it, he said that because I had a little spar with him online. I mean, on Google Plus, couple of posts. Yeah, in my post, and I said that the cats were stupid and stuff. And this is where basically he kind of set me down, and he said, I said it'd be easier to do like 1/3 instead of doing the cats. I said, why don't you do the lower third, because everybody and their brother wants it. So why don't you give people that as opposed to giving them cats when somebody will write an article saying it's stupid, okay? And he says, about it not being stupid, talk to me in about a month. But he did cover this part saying, yeah, it's true that it's easier to put something on the screen that doesn't do face tracking, but we wanted to do the complicated stuff first and then go ahead and do the simpler stuff. That was his argument. So this is the reason they implemented what they implemented, because this is actually much more complicated than just throwing a little piece of graphic on the screen.
Yeah, let them eat cake.
But at the same time, you're right, Jeff. At this point, it'd be nice to be able to do just a simple thing like you've got right there.
Right.
It
makes more sense. It's a useful useful product for business, and you're making it cute, and it's not.
Well, it's not so much cute. It's very sophisticated because it needs to do a lot of work to actually track your movements and do all this stuff. So there's a lot of work it needs to do. But the question becomes yes, it's cool, it's more complicated and all of that, but I want to be able to drop a logo in the top left corner of my screen, and I can't.
Sorry, I just want to break in and respond to something George said. He said he doesn't talk on Hangouts for a very good reason. He learned his English by watching the BBC, so he's sometimes uncertain about his grammar. Occasionally he has to search for and think about his words. And to that, George, I just have to say, we have Oleg.
Exactly.
You are more than welcome here.
My English is not that great either. Just let me add that. I'm not a natural English speaker, so.
Actually,
either am I.
Okay, I have to say, I am. English is my first language. It's pretty close to my only language. Dan, we know, was born out of the country, so he probably learned Japanese first.
No,
really,
he was a kid then.
really, George, you're more than welcome.
Dan's a Manchurian candidate. We just don't know.
Was it China? I thought it was Japan. Sorry.
I thought he was an African.
He was born in Japan. I think he was a kid there, right, Dan?
He said he didn't come here till he was 9.
No, I lived in about 20 or 30 different countries, so I've been all over the place.
He was working for the OSS.
Dan, how many languages do you speak?
I speak, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I can maneuver in about 5, but
okay.
Mainly English. I mean, I've forgotten most of it. If you don't use it, you lose it, right?
Sure. Well, to a degree.
I'm probably second. I can do around 4.
Cool.
I interviewed one lady who spoke 5 or 6 fluently and dabbled in about a dozen others. She was 102 years old. She met, she shook Herbert Hoover's hand. She saw Eleanor Roosevelt speak when she was First Lady of New York, before they became, the First Lady of the United States and the President. She saw Hitler speak in Germany. She was a German. And I said, why'd you go to see Hitler speak? And she said, we thought it was crazy. We just wanted to see what all the fuss was about.
Wow.
And it was just amazing to see, to be able to sit there and interview someone, and this was just a few years ago, on the eve of her 102nd birthday, who had actually been to the Hofbrauhaus in Germany in the 1930s, and saw Hitler give a speech before all of those atrocities happened. She was so old that she's still around here. She still lives here locally. Soldiers coming back from the First World War hit on her because she was like 16, 17, 18, whatever. And she would get flirted on by the soldiers coming back from World War I.
Wow.
I mean, it was just an amazing experience. And when you talk to someone like that, she actually got fired because she was a German teacher before the war. And, of course, German became out of fashion. When we turned sauerkraut into Liberty cabbage, and frankfurters became hot dogs and all that. So it was an honor to sit and talk to her, but that really puts it all in perspective, because in America we're so sheltered from reality. Like Oleg and I, despite any differences we may share, or you know, when people see conflict between us, that's fine and it's real, but we both understand that we are so lucky to be in America, and we're so privileged and honored, and we are not exposed to the horrible things that people see. I've seen people beat to death. I've seen people starving. We were in. I was too young. I was too young to remember which country now, but I could ask my parents and they could tell me. But I remember when I think it was. I don't know what country it was in, and I don't want to say now because I may get it wrong, and you know, but they would literally drive trucks through to pick up the dead bodies from starvation every morning. In Liberia, if you want an eye opener, look up the Vice Guide to Liberia and watch it. It's a shocking and awesome and well done and totally true video series about what it's like to be in Liberia, which is on the west coast of Africa. I was there, and I can tell you that series is spot on. I've been to a lot of those places they're talking about. People that were getting ready to go into battle, and they would just take some random innocent child and cut out the child's heart and eat it because they thought it would make them stronger in battle. I mean, these are the kind of things I saw as a child, and that's a lot of why I have a very thick skin now. If someone wants to argue with me or whatever, people see how I kind of like, whatever. It doesn't really affect me. I can deal with it because I've seen some horrible, horrible things growing up as a child and witnessing these things. And so, yeah, it was a unique experience. Oleg has a unique experience, and Sarik does. Sarik could identify with some of this stuff. I mean, I know as a child, I'm sure you probably saw starvation, or heard about it or knew about it. And we're so sheltered here. We're so protected, and our media participates in it, and the government participates in it. But we don't realize, unless a CARE commercial comes on, if they still do commercials, or Live Aid, back 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever. But we're very protected from the truth of what is going on in the rest of the world. And people here don't realize how lucky we are.
We're so lucky in our own country. Okay, I mean, we have houses, we have food, we have, there's a lot of people that don't, have anything, even in the United States. And I traveled abroad, not a lot, but I've been to third world countries, and I lived in some places, and we are very lucky. We're short-sighted on that, and we also don't realize how much sometimes we are a bully. There's a whole European view on what we do that's completely different than our view.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily accurate. I mean, part of it is
it's valid though.
No, not necessarily, Jeff. I disagree. I totally don't subscribe to the apologies being made by Americans about doing something wrong. Americans rebuilt Europe after World War II. It was America who rebuilt Europe. It wasn't anybody else. It was America who rebuilt Japan.
But did not America change?
I'm sorry?
But the America that rebuilt Europe, is it the same America now?
Yeah, it's not the same, buddy.
It's still America that did this.
Yeah, of course, and we also we're only country on the face of the earth that dropped a nuclear weapon twice.
That's true. That's true.
So those are both truisms. I don't know what they mean. True. They're both true, right? So
it was a war that we did not start. America did not start that war, right?
But you don't just I don't have to if I'm in a war, it doesn't give me the right to just wipe out a city.
What do you think the war is all about? What's war do you think is about? Why do you fight war?
Okay, then it's all right for terrorism and to
strike. It's not.
They believe they're in a war.
We're talking about
their civilian targets are okay. It's okay for Al Qaeda, who believes they're in a war, with the United States for their sovereignty, right, to fly planes into the World Trade Center. They believe they're in a war.
Okay, so then they get the war back. If that's the case.
I'm saying it's not right. It's just because you do it doesn't make it morally right.
Morally right? I mean, what do you mean?
Because you're in a war, it doesn't give that guy the right to shoot 14 kids in a it's just there is some moral things that are not right. Hitler was in a war. What he did morally in the Holocaust was wrong. It was war, but it was wrong.
I would use a lot stronger word than wrong, but yeah.
But I'm saying it's morally wrong. So
But so when Hitler attacks you,
war analogy doesn't fit to Hitler's act, right?
No, it does. It means you come back and you annihilate the guy. You fight the guy back.
But you're saying then it's okay to happen. You're giving it.
No,
it doesn't say that.
Jeff, listen, Jeff, you can't oversimplify these things. I've been to Dachau and I've seen the ovens. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
It's one thing. Let me get serious. And I don't mean to be a downer on this, but I'm listening to this conversation. I've been there and I've stood at the ovens, and it's one thing to be a kid and look at the textbooks and see the black and white pictures of the Holocaust, right?
Right.
But it's awful to sit there. It's shocking and mind-numbing. You can't describe it. Everyone should do it. Everyone should go to a concentration camp and see. And that old saying that, those who forget the past are going to repeat it. But to actually see the ovens in front of you, it stops and it freaks you out. It freaks you out. And if they would not explain what it's like. It's like, oh my God.
If they would have preserved the bomb site at Hiroshima or Nagasaki, you would have the same feeling if you visited there.
Exactly. I used to have a
but
restaurant
it's washed over.
in Winchester,
it's cleaned.
and this guy came up. And I saw he was Asian, and I thought he was Japanese, because if you're from, if you're born there, you kind of can tell if they're Vietnamese, whatever. And so I was like, listen, you're Asian, right? Where were you born? And he said Japan. I said, oh, cool. I was born in Okinawa. I said, what part of Japan were you born in? He said Nagasaki. And I freaked out because I was like, he's right about the age. He would have been there, and he would have been a child. And so I was like, wow, even though I wasn't even born yet when they did that, and there's a lot of justification for it because the war would have gone on for years.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, more people would have died.
But the thing is, and Oleg will back me up on this, people simplify these international incidents. Like the reason Iran. Not to justify Iran in any measure.
Whoa, Dan! You just oversimplified the attack on Japan.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead, and then let me make a point that we're oversimplifying things.
No. I mean, I'm agreeing with you, but you just did what you just stated. It's easy to say we would have lost a lot of lives attacking Japanese homeland. This is true. We would have. But there's also indications that maybe they would have surrendered after their tremendous losses.
They were surprised by the island.
They were surprised by the island.
I'll concede that.
So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am. In fact, I'm agreeing with you.
That maybe my statement was based on my own reading of manipulated media reports. Okay. And maybe
well, you're taking a very conventional position, and it's a perfectly understandable position.
But everything
is.
I'm going to make your point, Alan. With Iran, there was a popular leader, and the U.S. overthrew him and installed the Shah, who was a ruthless dictator, and murdered people, and we propped him up because we were fighting communism, blah blah blah. And then when he came to the United States to get treatment or whatever, and he fell, and Ayatollah Khomeini came in, it was like censored in America. I mean, it's like they weren't privy to the truth that. I've talked to folks who were involved in that, and it's like. Americans don't understand the reasons why a lot of these Iranians hate our guts is because it's almost like we personally install their own
Saddam Hussein, here type guy in Iran. And so now the remnants or the aftermath of that is you have this completely insane regime that is, America's the great Satan, whatever. And the reason that resonates is because they suffered under decades of brutality from a regime that we installed because it was in our quote-unquote national interest. And now we're paying the price. And now they're developing nuclear weapons because they've learned their lesson. And it's very frustrating because we oversimplify these things and we don't look at the history. And we keep repeating the same mistakes.
Completely. And that's what this whole argument got into it by me saying that Europe has a different view of the United States at times, right, than the United States of our foreign policy. And if you ever watched John McNamara's Fog of War, when he talks about Robert McNamara, he talks about after the Vietnam War, he looks back. He was the architect of the Vietnam War. He does a documentary of, what we should have done was just talk to the Vietnamese people, because we didn't pay attention. We didn't want to listen. We just went through the drums of war. And it's interesting to hear someone who's actually involved in it sits back, looks back in history with as a 20/20 hindsight and says, this is what we should have done. And no, we never do that. We always go in blindly. I'm the only one who believes this, obviously. So what the heck?
No, but different. Let's not don't mix things. Who starts what though, Jeff? Okay, I mean that's one of the things that's a little different. I mean, if you're talking about Al Qaeda fighting a war, okay, they don't want American troops.
Let me interrupt you. There is no justification for war.
Exactly.
Well, whatever happens, it is just colonial. I mean, I lived in a country which was occupied by colonial powers for 400 years.
Right.
Right, and we have only been free like for 60, 70 years, and I'm proud about the fact that we are already at a very high growth trajectory, right?
Yep.
I mean, you are perfectly right. U.S. is the most, in a lot of ways, the best country available right now. But that isn't. This is my opinion. You can take it or you can leave it.
Obviously.
A lot of things we do. I mean, I'm not victimizing. Or I'm not saying that the U.S. did this wrong. There are a lot of reasons why U.S. do what they do, right? But there are a lot of things we did which is not justifiable for majority of the people in the world. Majority.
Well, all I'm saying is this: there is no other country in the world who's done as much good for other countries like America. None.
I think the Roman Empire did a lot of good.
For which countries?
It brought in aqueducts, modern medicine.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway,
so
there's no other country, especially considering how young U.S. is. There is no other country, Sri.
Oh, I don't deny that. But that doesn't.
You don't? Whoa, Sri. Let me ask you something. Yeah. What do you think about the British Empire?
They have been the worst so far.
They've been. You see, would you say they're both the best and the worst?
In what way are they the best?
What did they bring to that region?
Other than stealing entire India? Cultures, yeah, exactly. You ever go to the British Museum? You'll see half of it.
No, I know.
You'll see the Parthenon. The top of the Parthenon is in the British Museum.
It doesn't matter. Even after 2 centuries, every Indian will not like a lot of British.
Yeah, but they did buy the
Did the British build the railway in India?
Is that a good enough reason for us to respect them?
No. Oh, no. Listen to what I said, and this is kind of going to Oleg's point.
No, I understand. I got it. I'm just saying, you got stuck? Oh, shit. It was, what I understand, the British did bring a lot of good stuff to India, but at the same time, they took
made mistakes. I agree. But that's what I'm saying. If you look at America, no question that you can debate whether throwing atomic bombs at the time of war was a mistake or not a mistake. I mean, some people think it is, some people think it doesn't. But if you look at how much good America did, throughout the years to all kinds of countries and continues to do it. You even take in Indonesia, which is anti-American country, they have an earthquake who sent the most money and help, who had all the banks get money and collect money to send over there to help those people.
I don't deny anything. And contrary to what Jeff said, there was a reason why U.S. put those atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At that time, it was all about winning the war. If U.S. didn't win that war at that time, probably we'll be speaking German right now.
No,
Right.
I disagree. I think
Well,
they dropped,
no.
I think they dropped the first bomb. I think the first bomb was appropriate. I think the second bomb was too much. And that second bomb, they could have proved that they could have, you know, they could have blown up a.
That is true. I'm not condoning it.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, you don't
You
have to.
think, though, you think
Listen,
that
there's a
one
bug
bomb would be
here.
enough.
There's a bug real quick. I'm just going to mention this, and I'm not sure how to deal with this. On what you were saying, hindsight's 20/20, Jeff.
Right.
It's like if there's a gang shooting at your house, you might make a right or wrong decision. Your adrenaline's pumping, and hindsight's 20/20. So like we can judge all these things. My central point was that Americans typically do not view things in the proper context. As Oleg and Sarik can back me up on this, we don't really know the history. We don't pay attention. We're bored by it because there's too many fun things on TV or whatever, and we really don't appreciate and view things in context. And many of these international incidents are deeply rooted in other things. An example, like the this what was it, Cozy or whatever, 2012.
Coney
2012. The administration actually has 100 soldiers there hunting them down or assisting in the hunting them down or whatever, but that didn't get any publicity. Nobody cared about it.
What if they had oil? What if they had oil?
Exactly.
The same country, which we have 100 people right now. What if they had oil? I'm betting you there will be 1,000.
Oh, clearly it'll be. I mean,
there's a national interest for that, right?
We rely on. We rely. At the same time that I disparage the American lack of interest in these things, you know, my government, our government, absolutely benefits from their ignorance and is able, you know, both parties are able to push things forward, and I'm amazed at some of these things that I see. You know, John Boehner, the speaker, Eric Cantor on the Republican side, and Barack Obama and his, you know, leading advocate spokesman on both sides. I hear them say things, and I listen as an intelligent person who's been in, you know, half the world. They're absolutely full of crap. And it doesn't make any sense, and it's obvious talking point nonsense, and it's BS trying to appeal to stupid people, because the intelligent people have made their decision, right? We're going after the middle in all these elections. I mean, like, you know, 20% are Republican, 20% are Democrat based on their philosophy, and that middle is what you're after.
Right. Yeah, after they win the primary, they run towards the middle. Yep.
Of course, it happens over and over again. And every time there's an election, Jeff, we hear, "Oh, this is the meanest, nastiest election we've ever seen."
Yeah, but at the same time, Dan, when something horrible happens somewhere worldwide, like in Haiti, Americans are the first on the planes with American wisdom, American knowledge, American medicine, American doctors.
I totally agree.
It's like in Libya. It was
okay,
great.
And you walk into a store, and there's a little container. Getting money, you know, you can donate money to, you know, to help the Haitians. Donate money in the bank. Donate, you know, millions and millions and millions of dollars are collected by Americans.
And it was a conflict.
And Oleg, it was a bipartisan effort. You had George Bush, the first one, and Bill Clinton together raising money for Haiti. It was a bipartisan. It was an American effort. It was an American.
It's an American, exactly my point.
Oleg, would you say we are also probably one of the first countries to enter a conflict as well?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. We're responding to conflicts because we have to, like the 9/11 example. But in terms of other, where do you see conflict where we enter first? When Russians were fighting, for example, with Chechnya, did we intervene at all? Did we step into Africa, which is probably
Russia?
I'm sorry?
Because it's Russia.
No, so give me an example where we intervene. Where?
Oh, where we intervene? Well, right now. Exactly, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and right now we're in Iraq.
9/11 was an example of what happens when America just sits and eats it, okay?
Yeah, but Iraq did not bomb us. There were no Iraqis on that plane. They were Saudis.
Guys, I'm having an issue with switching here. I noticed that like certain people, like Oleg, when he talks, it'll switch to him, but then when Jeff talks, it doesn't switch back.
Because Oleg is more important.
Yeah, it's quality control, right? It's going right to
exactly.
Obviously,
Google adjusted the accent.
Talk louder and then you'll get it.
Maybe they finally incorporated the Sliders app into our show.
No, Dad, exactly. I think it's right-wing biased.
I
think so. It's Fox News, buddy. It's Fox News.
No, are you guys seeing that? Like, if you leave it on just random, so like, are you seeing that whoever talks shows up in the main screen?
I see you all the time. Until Sri gets right to the microphone, starts yelling right wing is right, and you know I don't know why he keeps saying that, but
you're still wearing that red shirt.
But don't you guys?
No, seriously, Jeff, because I'm having an issue here. I'm trying to keep this on autopilot so whoever talks shows up in the main screen, and on my end, it's not working correctly. Are you guys seeing the same thing, or is this unique to my end because it's broadcasting from my side?
No, come on, Srik already ate. I need to go eat. This is we need to wrap it up then.
All right, I'm sorry. I should
We're in the after party. We wrapped up 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
This is a random after party. Anybody who's watching, in my circles or extended circles should be able to join. That's a lot of people.
Yes. Nobody's joining, obviously.
I know. I guess
I'm coming back in because I want to be a Republican.
They're intimidated by how abrasive Anthony Clouser is.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I was actually about.
I tell you, he's Al Qaeda.
That reminds me, we had comments today about
his cabinet,
file cabinet, and
we finally got rid of the beer can
from the top now.
Good for you, Anthony. We're proud of you. You finally cleaned up your room after 2 months.
I did see a comment talking about they wanted to see some kind of soap opera.
Anyway, before I depart here, I wanted to bring one point, because it's an important point which I don't know if you guys covered or not, which is Google Plus related.
Then why are we talking about that?
Ifat Cohen had a hangout a couple of days ago, and I joined it. I didn't join it, but I watched it because I couldn't join it. But basically, she had some guy, his name was Doc something, I can't remember his guy's name. But anyway, they basically did a campaign throughout all the different social media sites, and they had 52